A service of KIBMradio.com, the Internet's home for an all old-time radio.
Bells. Stand by all stations.
Attention, all districts. A 5-alarm fire. 5 bells. Move in immediately.
That's it. Let's roll. Let's go. Firefighters.
Presenting Firefighters, the true-to-life story of our unsung heroes who stand ready to ride by day or night against our most murderous enemy, the demon of fire. In just a minute, we'll move direct to the corner of Broad and Main, where Tim Collins, rookie fireman, is calling for a ladder to rescue a panic-stricken woman from the second floor of a blazing tenement building. She threatens to jump, but Tim is calming her with his voice. We'll get back to Tim in just a moment. But first, we take time for this message. Let's go, firefighters. Let's go to the rear of the burning tenement at Broad and Main, where you remember Tim Collins has been sent to check up on the situation. The night is black, but he can see the buildings adjoining the tenement stand much too close for safety. And a moment ago, as he turned to hasten back to the front of the building to report this fact, a window was flung open on the second floor, just above where Tim now stands.
Oh, good grief, this is a tough one. These buildings are jammed together. They could burn like a box of matches.
Help! Fire!
It's all right, madam. We'll get you out.
Fireman, help! Mr. Fireman, help!
No, don't throw that, whatever it is. No, don't throw it. Don't move. Oh, I caught it. Good grief. I caught it. Well, what do you know? It's all right, ma'am. I caught your baby.
Help! I'm going to jump!
No, wait. If you jump, you'll hurt the baby.
I'll hurt the baby?
Yeah, that's right. Now listen to me. Now listen, you wait. We'll get you down. We'll get a ladder, you understand?
Yes, a ladder. I'll wait, but get me down.
Murphy, get a ladder in here.
Hurry!
All right, ma'am. Here it comes.
Hey, what's that woman still in the building for?
Well, look, are all the others out?
Yeah, we got him out. Chief Cody's out front checking to be sure they're all accounted for.
Chief Cody? What's he doing here?
Third alarm, Hooksy. This is a tough one. 3 alarms inside of 15 minutes. Okay, Vincent. Lay that ladder flat on the ground there.
It's black as a pit here. Watch what you're doing, Murphy.
Vincent can raise the ladder with his eyes closed.
Yeah.
Son. Okay, Vincent. Get that end of the ladder up in the air. Now, walk towards me and raise it as he comes.
Steady now. Not much room to work without hitting the building next door.
We're okay here. What in blazes is that?
Just a baby I picked up somewhere.
Hooksy Collins, a babysitter. Okay, Vincent. Hold it straight up. Now, swing her around and... She hits the windowsill square as if she was made for it.
Oh, how do I get down? I never climbed a ladder. I can't do it. I can't.
It's all right, ma'am. We're coming up for you. Now, go on, Vincent.
Yeah, I'll steady the ladder. Go on, get her, Vincent, before she loses her head and takes a dive.
Hurry up.
Boy.
That's a boy.
All right, can you reach it? That's it.
Now,
over your shoulder, man.
That's down. Bring it down.
There we go. Just hand it to me.
Oh, my baby, he's all safe. You saved him. You saved my baby.
Yes, first aid, bring in the blanket. It's all right, ma'am. We'll wrap you both up. There's nothing to be afraid of now.
Oh, afraid?
Yes.
I should say not. Why, I wasn't afraid for a minute. I knew you'd save us, Mr. Fireman.
What? You did?
Sure.
Well, here, first aid. Yeah, I'll take that blanket. Here you are, ma'am. Now we'll take you over there. See where the other people in the house are all together.
Anything you say, Mr. Fireman. Well, my goodness, I suppose lots of people would have lost their heads at a time like that, but I never for a moment was even the least bit concerned.
Oh, yes, ma'am. Guess it's like my mom says, appearances can sure be deceiving. Now, you stay right here, ma'am, with the...
Yes, whatever you say. Why, what on earth's the matter?
Ma'am, do you smell something?
Why, just the smoke and... Oh, there's perfume on these clothes I wrapped my baby in.
No, that's no perfume. I smell kerosene.
Kerosene?
Yes.
Oh, coal oil. But there wasn't any, Mr. Fireman. That's why I was up.
Wait a minute. You say there wasn't any. Any what, ma'am?
There wasn't any coal oil in the stove. Why, my goodness, you don't think I'm up at 3 in the morning every morning, do you? What happened was we had an oil stove in the tenement, and the fire went out and it got cold, and the baby woke up. And I woke up and went to see what was the matter. And there wasn't any.
Well, let me get this straight. Your oil stove has a reservoir.
Yes, a great big bottle. And it was almost full a couple of days ago. But last night it ran out, and there wasn't any on the stairs either.
You keep a spare bottle on the stairs?
Isn't it dreadful? Somebody stole my coal oil.
Yes. Yes, I think maybe that is pretty bad.
The idea, stealing people's kerosene. How am I going to keep my flat warm on a night like this?
Oh, I think it'll be warm enough for a while, ma'am. Look there, the fire is breaking out all up and down the stair shaft.
Murphy! Private Murphy! I want you.
Coming, Chief.
Give me the situation, Murphy.
Yes, sir.
3-1's the first truck on the scene. Your officer sent you to size up the fire.
Me and Hooksy Collins, Chief Cody.
Yeah.
Chief, that cellar was blazing in a dozen places when we got here. If you ask me, this
Just
fire...
give me the picture, Murphy. I'll put the pieces together.
Well, sir, the cellar was blazing like a furnace.
Yeah.
So I sent Collins round to the rear to see how close the other buildings are.
Yes, we have hoses washing down those other buildings to prevent the fire from spreading out. We've got it confined to this tenement. All right, go ahead.
Well, Lieutenant Kennedy, he sent truckmen up the stairs to clear out the people.
Right, we're checking now to be sure everyone's out. Go on.
Well, the lieutenant, he wouldn't let the hose company open that cellar door till we had the people out.
Huh?
Then one of the boys ventilated the top of the shaft, opened the roof to clear the smoke, sir. And the engine men went into the cellar.
Good. Get ahead of the fire, fight it back, don't let it spread. Yes, but it did spread. Once that heat burst out of the cellar, flame broke out all up and down the stair shaft, burning like a chimney made of wood.
Well, Chief Cody, sir, if you ask me...
All right,
well,
I will ask you.
Well, I think this fire was set. I think it's a plain case of arson.
Yeah, so do I. But that's easier said than proved. All right, Murphy. Report back for duty.
Yes, sir. On the double.
207. Engine 207. Give me water in that third floor. 129. Hook and ladder. 129. Oh, there you are. Give me a ladder to that fourth floor. Huh? No room to work at the rear? Well, then go in through the front. Smash out those fourth floor windows. Let the hose men get in.
Private Collins reporting, sir. Information you ought to know.
Oh, you, Collins.
Yes, sir.
Boy, take an order to the commander of the area ladder. Tell him I want a water tower. I want a hose carried up his area ladder to play on the roof.
Yes, sir.
The idea is to flood that stair shaft. You get me?
Yes, sir.
All right, transmit that order. Report back to me with your information.
Right, Chief.
Lieutenant Stokes, orders from the chief.
Oh, this building's a goner. Only chance is to knock down that fire as fast as we can. Keep it from spreading. With a wind like this, the heat alone could spread fire clean across the street.
Aerial ladder's going up, sir, with a hose line from engine 224.
Good. Now, what's this report of yours?
Arson, sir. Well, it might be arson.
Yes, I know that, but, well, where's the evidence?
Well, only a suspicion, Chief Cody, but... Well, there's a woman who says her spare bottle of kerosene was stolen last night, sir. Or stolen tonight, sir. She kept it in the hallway.
Hallway? In a matchbox like this, she keeps her kerosene in the hallway. Stolen, you say?
Yes, sir.
Yes. And then fire breaks out at half a dozen points in the cellar. Yes, and there's many more in the stair shaft.
Yes, sir, and if it was arson, well, there were 12 families in that building, sir, all sound asleep when the fella touched it off.
Hmm?
It's worse than arson. It could have been murder.
Oh, if we only had proof. Tim, I'd give anything to get my hands on the animal in human form who could do a thing like that. Why,
Fireman, where are you? Oh, there you are.
What is it, ma'am?
I mean him. He's the one I want.
I know this woman, Chief. Madam, you ought to stay with the others. You'll be safer there, where everybody else is.
Yes, but everybody isn't there.
What's that?
Oh, they said everybody was out of the building. You don't mean that they're still...
I talked to everybody that's there, Mr. Fireman. I told them how you saved my baby and how you got the ladder, and I came down the ladder just as...
Come to the point, ma'am.
Well, if you're going to growl at me like an old bear, I don't think I can...
Collins, ask her what she's talking about.
Yes, sir. Madam, Please tell us, just yes or no, is there somebody missing?
Yes, Mr. Fireman. Yes, that's what I've been telling you. I've been trying to... I looked everywhere, and they're not in the crowd.
Oh, who is it, madam?
Joe Ferguson and his wife. They live on the top floor, and they're
Rescue squad. Man and woman on the top floor.
Tell me, ma'am, top floor, front or rear?
Quick, ma'am, it makes a difference.
Why, the rear. But I don't see what difference it makes at all.
Well, if they're in the rear, Chief, that's going to be tough. With the angle the buildings make, we'll never get a ladder to the top floor. And the blazing stair shaft cuts off the way from the front.
Well, that's where they live. I thought you'd like to know, Mr. Fireman. I just know you'll find some way to save the Fergusons.
Now, there's a problem for Chief Cody and Tim Collins to solve. Joe Ferguson and his wife were reportedly cut off in the top floor of the tenement building. But the woman Tim Collins helped to rescue is confident her hero will find some way to save her neighbors as well. For what happens next, be sure to listen to the next true-to-life episode of The Firefighters. In just a minute, Chief Bob Cody will tell you, boys and girls, how you can help the firefighters in your own hometown. But before you meet Chief Cody, here's something else you want to hear. And now, Chief Bob Cody with a special assignment for all young firefighters. Chief Cody.
Hello, boys and girls. This is your friend, Chief Cody, and here's your special assignment. You are to inspect your homes for those gadgets we call space heaters. Oil stoves or heaters that burn kerosene or other inflammable liquids. Now, check up on the conditions of such heaters to be sure that fuel does not leak. And check up on storage, because kerosene that is allowed to spill or to release its fumes anywhere in your home is a fire menace. If you use oil stoves or heaters in your home, take proper precautions now. That is all, firefighters. So long, I'll be in touch with you soon.
Fire Chief Cody and the young rookie fireman Tim Collins will be back on the same station the next time you hear...
That's it. Let's roll.
Let's go, Firefighters!
Firefighters is written by Frank Jones.
Loretta Young, Adolphe Monjou, Burgess Meredith.
The Gulf Screen Guild Theater. Your host, the director of the Star's own theater, Roger Pryor. Good evening, everyone. Your neighborhood good Gulf dealer and the Gulf Oil Companies welcome you to another gala evening here in the Gulf Screen Guild Theater. Tonight, the Gulf Theater brings you Loretta Young, Adolphe Monjou, and Burgess Meredith in the famous motion picture success, A Star is Born. Loretta Young came back to Hollywood from a vacation in New York especially to be with us tonight. That'll give you some idea of just how much the stars think of the Gulf Theater. It's their own theater. They want to appear here in the Gulf Theater because, in doing so, they're doing their part for a truly worthy cause. You see, in return for their appearances here, Gulf gives generously to the Motion Picture Relief Fund to help build a home that will take care of the needy of the entire picture industry. And here come our stars for tonight. Adolphe Monjou and Burgess Meredith escorting lovely Loretta Young to the Gulf microphone. Frank Tours, conducting Oscar Bradley's Gulf Orchestra, brings down his baton, and the show is on.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Oliver Niles, and my business is plotting stars in their courses.
Which means you're Oliver Niles, the well-known producer.
Oh, Oliver Niles is the great producer, Mr. Fryer. Why be so modest? Did I ever tell you about the time that Variety... Well, that's another story. The one I intend relating tonight is of a star who rose and of a star who fell. And their names are Vicky Lester and Norman Maine. Norman was the most popular romantic leading man of his day. And at the time my story begins, he was at the height of a brilliant career. His only faults were that he was too kind, too generous, and too willing to say yes to every invitation. I remember distinctly the first time I called Mr. Pat.
Well, go ahead, Oliver. Get it off your chest. I guess I got it coming to me.
Now, look, Norman, I don't want to preach, but I'm trying to make pictures with you.
Now, listen, Niles. You're talking to Norman Maine. I'm the biggest box office darling in the industry.
Now, that may be, Norman, but the point is that I and all your other real friends can't stand seeing you fall apart.
Fall apart? That's no way to talk, Oliver. Now, if you'd said I was disintegrating.
Norman, I am serious.
All right, Doctor. Let's hear my condition.
All right, you're late on the set. You can't remember your lines. The studio wastes hours on account of your hangovers. And all because you've got to have a good time every day. Every night.
Now, listen, Oliver. You're a swell guy, and let me tell you something. I'll be ready for curtains whenever the time comes. And for my epitaph, you can use one of those signs they hang over these pinball games in the drugstore.
What's that?
Good for amusement only.
Well, let's forget Norman Maine for the moment and bring into focus a star as yet unrisen, named Esther Blodgett. Esther was just another pretty girl in that great army of ambitious, hopeful youngsters who arrive in Hollywood every year.
We only handle extras, Miss Blodgett. Who told you to come to Central Casting Office?
A gateman out at one of the studios.
How long have you been in Hollywood?
Almost 2 months. I haven't been able to get a part, not even a small one. You see, everything's very quiet just now, so until things pick up, I'd like to register here for extra work.
We haven't put any new names on our register in over 2 years.
Why not?
Well, the best reason is there are no jobs. My advice to you is go home.
Oh, I couldn't give up. Well, I knew it wouldn't be easy to get started. After all, every artist has to expect indifference just at first.
Miss Blodgett, do you see all those little lights flashing on that switchboard out there?
Yes.
Those are people calling for jobs. Every one of those little lights thinks it's going to be a star. Do you realize what your chances are? Only 1 in 100,000.
Yes, but don't you see? Maybe I'm that one.
Wondering how my 2 stars in their separate orbits ever met. Well, it was quite unexpected. Esther was down to her last few dollars. So she became a waitress at parties given by movie people to celebrate a marriage, a divorce, a new baby, or a new picture. One night, Esther was passing through the crowd with her tray of hors d'oeuvres, trying out some impersonations in the hope that some director might notice.
Oh, I beg your pardon. Do you care for some hors d'oeuvres? They're delicious, really they are.
I beg pardon? Oh, yes, thank you, miss.
Well, I must be going now. Really, I must.
What's the matter with her? Screwing? Too bad. Nice-looking girls. What'll it be, Mr. Maine?
Hello, Joe. Scotch and soda, double.
Excuse it, please. You think you want some of these?
Well, look who's here.
I think I'll go home now. I want to be alone.
Now, wait a minute. Don't tell me. I can guess. Garble?
Well, yes. I mean, no. Would you care for some hors d'oeuvres?
No, thanks. I'm on a liquid diet.
Oh, well, in that case, then I'll...
No. Don't go away. I just remembered that this is the night I fall off my diet.
Oh, they're caviar.
They are, really? Well, now, let me see. Which one would you take?
Well, perhaps it'd be easier if you looked at the tray instead of me.
No, I'm sorry, but I couldn't. My heart would never forgive my eyes. Tell me, have I had too much to drink, or are you very beautiful?
You've had too much to drink. Now, if you'll excuse me, I have my work to do in the serving.
Now, wait a minute. Don't leave me like this.
Oh, I must now. Now, please, let me go.
No, never. I mean to follow you into the ends of the earth, to the ends of time, even to the... Well, what's this place called?
Serving pantry.
Yes, even to follow you to the ends of the serving pantry. Well, what do we do now? Dish up some more hors d'oeuvres?
Well, I don't know what you're going to do, but I have to wash some dishes.
Fine. I love to wash dishes. What's your name?
Esther Blodgett.
Esther Blodgett. My name's Norman Maine.
I know. Well, here's a towel, and there's a dish if you really want to work.
Thank you. Now, let me see. What are you smiling about?
I was just thinking about all your fans. How surprised they'd be if they could see you now.
Yes, they don't know my finer side.
They'd be pretty envious of me, meeting you in person.
What about you? Huh? Are you disappointed in me?
Yes.
What?
Oh, look what you've done.
Well, a little debris makes this room look lived in.
Oh.
Tell me, why are you disappointed in me?
Oh, because. Are you ready for another plate?
No, why because?
Just because. Now, do be careful of that one. It's very big, and so it must be very
Why
thin.
because? Why are you disappointed?
Well,
What?
I hope you won't be angry.
No?
I think you drink too much.
Now, that slipped right out of my hand.
I'll never be able to explain
No, you
this.
won't have to. Come on, let's get out of
I
here.
can't. The dishes aren't finished yet.
Oh, yes, they are. Yeah, there aren't any more dishes to do. Let's go. Come on, out the back way before they catch us.
Well, this is where I live.
No, now, you can't go in yet.
Well, it's 3 o'clock in the morning. I must go in.
Why, you said you wanted to see Hollywood.
But I have seen Hollywood. And Santa Monica and Beverly Hills and even Long Beach.
Well, what about the rest of Southern California? You can't slide Coronado and Palm Springs and Arrowhead.
I'm afraid I must, really. Good night, and thanks.
No, wait a minute.
Yes?
You realize that all I know about you is that you're crazy enough to want to get into pictures.
Why is it crazy? Look at you.
Yes, that's what I mean. Now, look. I kind of like to go into this matter a little more thoroughly. Let's go up to my place and talk it over.
Oh, no. Thank you very much, but I really must say good night.
Wait a minute. At least I can see it at the door. Yeah?
All right.
Has anyone ever told you that you're lovely?
I don't think so.
Well, now you know.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, good night.
Good night. Wait a minute, will you?
Yes.
Do you mind if I take just one more look at you? I was wrong. You're not just lovely, you're enchanting. When will I see you again?
I don't know. Maybe never.
Why not?
Well, tomorrow morning when you wake up, you won't even remember my name. I'll be the mysterious Miss X in your hangover.
What makes you think that?
Oh, because you're a great star. You've had a great deal too much to drink. And I'm not even a bit player. Why, I'm even less than an extra.
You don't mean that that's all that's standing between us?
Well, isn't that enough?
Oh, I thought this was something serious. Look, can you meet me at the studio at 10 in the morning?
I guess so. What?
All right. Now, I'll get you the best makeup man, the best director, the best leading man. That's me. And you'll have the best screen test that ever came out of any studio.
A screen test? Oh, you're not joking. You really mean
I mean that if you want your chance to be a star, why, here it is.
Oh, but I do. I want that more than anything else in the world.
Well, then go to bed, Esther. Go to sleep and dream of dragon cameras with Klieg-light eyes, of canvas castles and a make-believe moon. Yes, and while you're about it, you might as well pick out your spot in a make-believe sky. For tomorrow, you start to shine.
Down comes the curtain on Act One of the Gulf Theater production, A Star is Born. During the brief intermission before the Gulf curtain rises again, Bud Heaston wants to mention something that's been front-page news all week. Now, go right ahead, Bud.
Thanks, Raj. Snow, sleet, and below freezing temperature have just given all of us proof that Old Man Winter has at last launched his annual attack against the family automobile. But there was a time when that meant a lot of worry about the radiator, about the stiff grease in the transmission and differential, about how your car would stand the winter in general. But this year, you'll find the answer to cold weather in Gulf's Winter Guard service. Your good Gulf dealer is ready to fill the radiator with this new Gulf antifreeze, a permanent type antifreeze that can't boil away even during warm spells. He makes your gears and transmission work free and easy with winter-grade Gulf lubricants. And he uses special Gulf Flex lubricants on the chassis so that your car rides better and steers better. For a really thorough preparation for cold weather, such as we've just been having, get Gulf Winter Guard service at the sign of the Gulf Orange Disc.
And now the curtain of our Gulf Theater is ready to rise on the second act of A Star is Born, starring Loretta Young as Esther Blodgett, Burgess Meredith as Norman Maine, and Adolphe Manjou as Oliver Niles, the producer who is telling our story.
Let me see. I've told you how Esther Blodgett came to Hollywood and how she met Norman Maine. Norman talked me into giving her a screen test. Contrary to my expectations, my cameramen, makeup artists, and directors all proclaimed Esther a great discovery. And so our publicity department went to work, with all the magic at its command, to announce the star.
Born in a trapper's hut high up in the Rockies, she dreamed of the footlights as a lonely child playing amidst the mountain wildflowers. We present Vicki Lester. What do you think of that, Miss Blodgett?
Oh, she sounds wonderful. I'd love to meet her. Who is she?
Oh, didn't we tell you? You've got a new name. You're Vicki Lester.
Vicki Lester.
What? We'll call that a take.
That's a good scene, Mike.
Well, thanks, Mr. Niles. Say, that Vicki Lester's good enough to be featured, don't you think?
Featured? Don't be silly. Vicki Lester's going to be my next star.
Picture, all right.
Oh, I thought she was much better than Maine was.
Oh, Maine's not so bad, but it's Vicki Lester they'll go to see.
Isn't she darling?
Oh, that Lester kid's a gold mine.
Didn't you like Norman Maine?
Was he in it?
The Trocadero. Isn't it wonderful, Norman? I used to read about it in the fan magazines. I never dreamed I'd be here.
Well, here you are, with Hollywood at your feet.
Those lights down there.
Yeah.
It's wonderful, isn't it? It's like a crazy quilt.
Yeah, no, it's not a crazy quilt. It's a carpet spread for you, Esther.
Oh.
A carpet will give you anything in the world that you want. Because tonight you'll become a star. I hope it'll make you happy.
Hasn't it you?
Me? No. I don't know. I've had all the material things that are supposed to make you happy. You know, there's one thing that I've never had. And lots of times I told myself I'd found it, but I always knew that I was lying. Still, I've never stopped looking for it.
Maybe it'll come, Norman.
I think it has come, Esther. If only it weren't too late.
Oh, but it's not too late.
Yes.
Norman, it's not. You can have anything in this world if you only wish hard enough.
Can I? Are you sure, Esther?
Oh, yes, Norman, I'm very sure.
Darling, will you marry me?
No. Thank you.
Why not?
Well, because you're not dependable. You throw away your money and you drink too much.
Suppose I quit drinking and I save my money and become absolutely dependable on all occasions.
Would you do all that to me if I said I'd marry you?
Oh, yes.
Do you mean it?
No. No, but neither did you mean it when you said that you wouldn't marry me.
Oh, darling.
Their wedding was as simple as a three-ring circus, and as quiet as New Year's Eve in Times Square. After their honeymoon, which was a race between them and crowds of fans and autograph hunters, I went out to their Brentwood house to see them.
Well, sit down, Oliver. The reporters have cornered Esther there. I'll do the honors. Have a drink?
Oh, thanks. Too early, Norman.
Well, I hate to drink alone, but it's better than being sober, isn't it?
How's the dividend situation?
Well, we may show $2 million on the quarter.
Is that right? Enchanted Hour was a big hit, eh?
Oh, yes. They raved about Esther.
What about me?
Oh, let's talk about it some other time, Norman.
No, let's talk about that right now. Look here, do you think I'm slipping?
Can you take it?
Go ahead.
Your tense is wrong. You're not slipping. You've slipped.
Oh, my fan mail's still big.
Well, fans will write anybody for a photograph. The stamp only costs 3 cents.
I see. That makes them cheaper than wallpaper. Look, Oliver, I do know what you mean. But just wait, will you, till I do this next picture with Esther? They'll say that I'm better than I ever was.
Well, now, that's really what I came out here about, Norman. There isn't anything for you in Esther's next picture. I've more or less planned to star her in a picture of her own.
I see.
I'm sorry, Norman. I want you to understand this is not my personal decision.
Yes.
I merely represent stockholders. I'm sorry.
No, don't be. Don't be, Oliver. Remember, I told you once that I'd be ready for curtains when my time came. Well, now that it's here, I can bow out gracefully. Don't worry. Come on, now. Fill up a glass. We'll drink to the bitter dregs. As Norman Maine is dead, long live Mr. Vicky Lester.
Norman was true to his word. He gave the spotlights and the applause to Esther, but the hurt burned deep into his soul. He took to disappearing for days at a time, reappearing a drunken, sodden, unshaven wreck. But Esther's love for Norman never wavered, not even when he disappeared the night of the Academy Award dinner, and she had to attend to that.
Now, we pay honor to the lady, or rather, one lady. We present to her this statuette, the Academy Award for the finest performance of the year, Miss Vicky Lester.
Go on, Vicky, stand up.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, and all the people who have been so kind and generous to me. When something like this happens and you try to tell Norman.
Hey, it's a very pretty speech.
Norman.
Sit down, Norman. You're drunk. No, I want to make a speech.
Oh, no, darling, not now. You're not well. Come on, darling. Let's go.
Let me alone. I want to make a speech. Gentlemen of the Academy and fellow suckers.
Oh, darling, don't.
I got one of these statues once for the best performance, and it doesn't mean a thing. What I want's a special award. I want a statue for the worst performance of the year.
Darling, please.
And what I'm here to find out is, do I get it or don't I? Yes or no?
Norman.
He's passed out cold.
Please, Oliver, help me. We've got to get him home.
After Norman passed out at the Academy dinner, Lester sent him to hospitals and sanitariums. But each time he was released as cured, he was worse than when he went in. The final straw, as far as I was concerned, was the front page publicity they received when he was arrested as an incurable alcoholic, and the court remanded him to the custody of his wife. The next day, I went down to their beach house in Malibu.
He's very weak and very tired. He's been in the next room sleeping nearly all day.
Do you still love him, Esther? Or do you feel sorry for him?
I think I love him better than life. So now I'm going to stay with him and try to help him. I can't make any more pictures, Oliver.
What do you mean?
I mean that I'm going away for good. No.
But you can't do that. You've just reached the top. And you've worked so hard to get there.
Yes, but you and Norman have worked harder to help me. I thought it all out, Oliver. Maybe it's still not too late to go away with him and start all over again somewhere.
But it's your life you're giving up, Esther.
Yes, so I can try to give Norman back his. Well, this is goodbye, Oliver. It's really goodbye. There won't be any more Vicky Lester.
What? Well, goodbye, Vicky Lester. You were a swell person. And good luck, Mrs. Norman Maine.
Thank you.
You let me know how you come out.
It'll come out. Oh, please, God, it's got to come out. Norman. Well, darling, I thought you were in the next room.
Hello, Esther. Oh, I came out a little while ago to watch the sunset there on the water. I fell asleep on this chair.
Well, Oliver just
Yes.
left here.
How is the new story?
Well, there isn't going to be any new story. There isn't ever going to be any new story, Norman.
There isn't?
No, I haven't told you before, but... Oh, darling, if you only knew how long I've been wanting to get away from the whole tiresome mess of making pictures.
You really mean
Well,
that?
of course I mean it. Grease paint, hairdressers, fittings, 6 o'clock calls, and those interviews, and those arguments, and squabbling over contracts. Oh, it'll be so wonderful to do what I want and not what some nagging, stupid director tells me.
Darling.
I've hated it for so long, Norman. Darling, I only did it because I wanted you to be a little bit proud of me.
I am proud of you. I'm terribly proud.
Now I'm free at last. You'll see how much happier I'll be.
Yes? I think you're going to be much happier.
Oh, we'll have a wonderful...
Wonderful?
We'll have a second honeymoon. Only this one will last forever.
All right.
Where'll we go first?
I don't know. We might start out in the car, what? Drive away from Hollywood in all directions?
We'll cross the Rockies.
Not until we get the brakes fixed.
Oh, darling. Oh, it's so good to hear you talking like that.
Are you happy?
I'm terrible.
That's what I wanted to hear. You know what I'm going to do right now?
No, what?
I'm going for a swim.
You're going for a swim,
Yeah,
huh?
I know. You put these things off, you never do them.
But, darling, it's winter.
I know. Don't let the California Chamber of Commerce hear you say
But
that.
look how cold it looks out there. Oh, you're a brave man.
I have my moments. So long.
So long, darling.
Wait.
What's the matter?
You mind if I take just one more look at you?
You said that a long time ago. The night we met.
That's right. Remember what else? Remember that I said that you were not just lovely, that you were enchanting?
Yes.
Well, goodbye, dear.
Goodbye, my darling. Going to the premiere tonight. A month has passed since Norman died. I can't stay in Hollywood. I can't make any more pictures. Ever.
Has anyone ever told you that you're very lovely?
I'm going away, Oliver. To try to forget what might have been.
You mind if I take just one more look at you?
Everywhere I go and everything I do reminds me of Norman.
Because you're not just lovely. Oh, you're enchanting.
Well, I can even hear his voice speaking to me. And I can't answer him, Oliver. And tell him how much I love him.
Proud of you. Terribly proud. We'll take the car and drive away from Hollywood in all directions. Someday, Esther.
Now, Norman.
Oh, could I be proud knowing that all my love did for you was to make you run away from yourself?
Norman, I want to be with you.
Don't you understand that my work is done? Yours is just beginning.
Norman, I can't go on.
You can and you will and you must.
I can't.
Me, Esther. Oh, for me.
Norman, don't go, darling. Norman. Oh. Miss Green. Miss Green?
Yes? Yes, Miss Lester?
Miss Green, call up Oliver Niles. Ask him to pick me up in a hurry. In an hour.
Hollywood Boulevard has gathered one of the largest crowds ever assembled to do honor to a star. The star is Miss Vicki Lester, and she's here beside me with her producer, Oliver Niles. Will you introduce Miss Lester, Mr. Niles?
Certainly.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are standing in the famous court of the Chinese Theater, which is paved with cement blocks in which great actors and actresses have imprinted their names and footprints for all to see. Standing beside me is Vicki Lester. We are here to pay her tribute at the premiere of her greatest picture. Tell us, Vicki, are you proud?
Proud? Oh, yes, I'm very proud. The stand of this microphone happens to rest on a cement block, bearing the name and footprints of a truly great actor and a truly great man. That's why I'm proud to stand here, proud to bow my head humbly and in adoration. I'm proud to say, ladies and gentlemen, this is Mrs. Norman Maine.
Thanks to Loretta Young, Burgess Meredith, and Adolph Marju, and thanks to Charles Tazwell for a splendid adaptation. Loretta, it was swell of you to come in from New York, especially to be with us here today. I understand you had a real cold spell back east, too.
It was more than that, Roger. It was the granddaddy of all cold spells. Why, I had to wear woolen socks and mittens all the way out here.
Excuse me for eavesdropping, folks, but I hear that by now pretty nearly every part of the country, from Canada to the Gulf of Mexico and from New York City to the Rocky Mountains, has had a good dose of winter weather. And I guess a lot of us have had a bit of trouble starting the family car, so that we're asking ourselves, what can I do so that my car doesn't act up again and doesn't make me a peck of trouble some cold morning? Well, here's the answer. Easy as 1, 2, 3. 1, fill your crankcase with winter-grade Gulf Pride motor oil. Gulf Pride lets your motor turn over no matter how cold it is. It gives real protection after your motor's warmed up. Next, point 2, get a tank full of Gulf No-Nox gasoline, the new stepped-up Gulf No-Nox that fires instantly, even inside a stone-cold cylinder. Finally, point number 3, keep right on using both Gulf Pride motor oil and stepped-up Gulf No-Nox gasoline. With these 2 Gulf products, and with the help of the special Gulf Winter Guard service, it's easy to laugh at winter.
Now, folks, let me tell you what the Gulf Theater has in store for you next week. It's a rip-roaring farce, and it stars the man you've all asked to hear, Errol Flynn. With him, we'll feature Nan Gray, Jane Wyman, and Alan Hale. Hear what happens when Errol is chased by 2 beautiful girls. Say, Bud, incidentally, what would you do if you were chased by 2 beautiful girls?
Me?
Yippee! Yeah, I thought so. But Errol Flynn doesn't feel the same way about it. Oh, no. In fact, he really gets himself in hot water. So be sure to listen to the Gulf Theater next week and hear Allergic to Ladies, starring Errol Flynn, Nan Gray, Jane Wyman, Alan Hale, and Oscar Bradley's Gulf Orchestra with Frank Tours conducting. And so, ladies and gentlemen, until next week, this is Roger Pryor saying good night, everyone, for your neighborhood good Gulf dealer, and reminding you that the Red Cross not only rushes to the aid of thousands of Americans in need in time of floods, earthquakes, fires, and terrible storms, but the Red Cross is also a vital part of our national defense. So join the Red Cross now, and tell your friends to join.
Loretta Young's latest picture for Columbia is He Stayed for Breakfast. Burgess Meredith has just finished second chorus at Paramount, and Adolph Marju can soon be seen in the Hal Roach production, Roadshow. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Lux presents Hollywood. The Lux Radio Theater brings you Loretta Young, Jeffrey Lynn, and Brian Donlevy in Jezebel, ladies and gentlemen, your producer, Mr. Cecil B. DeMille. Greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen. The test of gold is fire, and the test of a strong man or woman is not peace and success, but danger and disaster. It's true today, and it was true 100 years ago, when a vain and selfish girl suffered her trial by fire and came out a heroine. Tonight we tell the story of that girl in Jezebel. Broadway applauded it first so lustily that Warner Brothers transferred the play to the screen, and tonight it completes the cycle of the theater with our radio production. Jezebel is a drama that stirs every human fiber, that can thrill to a story of great sacrifice and great love. A drama that requires a really fine actress in the central role. And that part goes to Loretta Young as our own private Academy Award for the magnificent performances she's given us in the past. Jezebel takes us back to a glamorous scene, the South before the war between the states. A land of gallant, quick-tempered men and lovely, impetuous women who lived by the high code of a day now beyond recall, lived excitingly, dramatically, and dangerously. That was the day of Julie Marsden, who will be played for us by Loretta Young, the time of Preston Dillard and Buck Cantrell, played by Jeffrey Lynn and Brian Dunleavy. Those days were filled with adventure and beauty, but don't let's be downhearted, because these days are too. As a matter of fact, there are more beautiful women in this country now than ever before. And, of course, that helps to make Lux Toilet Soap a bestseller. Wherever you see beautiful women, and that's everywhere on this continent that I've been, Broadway, Main Street, or Hollywood Boulevard, you'll find Lux Toilet Soap a favorite. But come back with us now to the gaiety and color of the years when the South was a world in itself, and one of its loveliest cities was New Orleans. The curtain rises on the first act of Jezebel, starring Loretta Young as Julie Marsden, Brian Dunleavy as Buck Cantrell, and Jeffrey Lynn as Preston Dillard. New Orleans, 1850. The city is gay with bunting and confetti, ringing with laughter and music, for this is the Mardi Gras season, the eve of the Proteus Ball.
For the Mardi Gras! Music for the Mardi Gras!
Through the dense crowds leisurely move top-hatted gallants and ladies in swaying crinoline. Well-groomed horsemen hold their spirited mounts in check. Traffic is almost at a standstill. From a side street comes an open carriage. As it turns the corner, one of the young blades in the back seat leans forward.
Here, boy, here. Stop right over there at the hotel.
Why here, Buck?
Well, might as well get us a drink.
Sure, you'll have plenty to drink at the party.
I know, but the trouble with party liquor is they always mess it up with cherries and such. You wait right here, driver. Come on.
I tell you, if there's one thing I know, it's bloodlines.
Are you gentlemen?
How are you, Buck?
Are you, Buck?
Are you, General Bogartis?
Mr. DeLautrec, here's somebody who really knows horses. Buck, step over here and decide a bet.
Sorry, but I got no time, sir. Ted and I just stopped by for a minute.
Take no time at all, Buck.
You heard him, sir. Buck's got no time. Gentleman, Buck Cantrell has no time. 5 to 4, he doesn't know what month this is. I'll do better. Even money doesn't know the day of the month.
Well, DeLautrec, I know what time of day it is. Must be getting on to 3 o'clock. If it was any later, you'd be a lot drunker.
Isn't it admirable that Mr. Cantrell can joke when he's just lost the lady of his heart?
Better not, Renee.
It's true, gentlemen. Mr. Cantrell has just lost his lady.
I wouldn't go on, DeLautrec.
You see, gentlemen, Mr. Cantrell is in a bad humor. Press Dillard has won his lady from him. Press Dillard has won Miss Julie Marsden.
Why, you... Easy, Ted. Let me handle it. DeLautrec, I thought I just heard you mention a lady's name. I must have misunderstood you, huh?
And if I did mention a lady's name?
Just that in a barroom, a lady's name is something that gentlemen don't mention.
Are you trying to teach me manners, my friend?
No. Wouldn't think of trying. I just some way don't like your hat, or your ears, or anything between them. Is that plain enough, Mr. DeLautrec?
Amply, sir. Mr. Durrett will be my second.
And I like for Mr. Cantrell, sir.
Now, Ted, you're kind of young for this sort of thing.
Listen, Buck, it's my quarrel more than yours. It's my brother that's going to marry Julie. What do you say, Buck?
Well, I feel that bad about it. Go ahead, Ted.
Thanks. Gentlemen, I have the honor to be acting for Mr. Cantrell. Will sunrise at the Oaks be satisfactory?
Perfectly, sir.
Ted, what you want to make it so confounded early for? Couldn't you make it 10 o'clock? We don't have to sneak up on them in the dark. Oh, well, your servant, gentlemen. Come on, youngster. Time we get along to the party.
I don't see Julie, Buck. Where do you suppose she is?
Is there ever any telling where Miss Julie is?
There's her aunt. Good afternoon, Miss Bell.
Good afternoon, Ted.
I hope we ain't late, Miss Bell.
Late? Julie isn't here herself yet. At her own party, in her own house. Really, I don't know what to do with the girl. Don't believe she was ever on time to anything in her life.
Ah, well, time ain't so important, Miss Bell. You know, the longer I live, seems like the more there is of it.
Good afternoon, everybody.
Oh, there she is.
Why, she's in her riding clothes. Julie.
I'm terribly sorry to be late. I had trouble with the coach.
Julie, a riding habit.
No time to change, Aunt Bell. I think you look lovely, dear. Well, thank you, Miss Kendrick. How are you, Ted?
What?
Miss Julie?
How you, Julie?
Julie, everybody's been talking about you. It's disgraceful.
But I said I was sorry. You know, when a coach gets high-headed, it's teach him his manners right now or ruin him.
Yes, that's so important, isn't it?
Yes.
Julie, dear.
Molly.
Oh, Julie, I've been wanting to tell you, and I haven't had a chance. I think it all sounds so thrilling, Julie. Mary and Press Dillon going to live way up north.
That hasn't been decided yet.
Oh, Julie, I wish you and Press all the happiness.
The best of health and the most of prosperity. Molly, you said the very same thing the last time Press and I were engaged.
Well, where is Press? I haven't seen him yet.
Oh, he'll be here. He was held up at the bank. Something important.
Drinks for the gentleman, Miss Julie.
Oh, thank you, Uncle Cato. Buck?
Thank you. To the very good health of the future Mrs. Dillard.
Aren't you going to wish me happiness, too?
What's the use? You won't get it. Marrying a trader, going up north.
Press is a banker, not a trader. I'll thank you to remember that, Buck.
I keep forgetting there's a difference. But just the same, you're not going to like it at the north, Miss Julie. I tell you, that's a fact.
I'll be happy anywhere Press is.
My dear, isn't Preston ever going to arrive?
Oh, I am sorry, Miss Kendricks. He'll be here later. Preston found it important to meet with the directors of his bank.
But it's your party, Julie.
I think he knows that.
Oh, what a shame. But I suppose a shoemaker must stick to his last.
Bankers, too, Miss Kendrick. Excuse me. Aunt Bell, has Press sent any word?
Just that it can't come is all.
He can't come. Uncle Cato, order a carriage, please.
Yes, sir, Miss Julie.
Julie, what for?
If Press can't leave his bank to come to me, then I shall have to go to the bank.
Julie! I don't know what you're thinking of, leaving your guest like that, coming down here to sit in front of a bank in an open carriage.
Now, Dumpling, don't fret so. You'll frighten the horse.
And sending a servant in to tell him you're here. Sending a servant to a gentleman.
And please don't worry about Press. My goodness, I've been training him for years.
Miss Julie, ma'am.
Did you tell him to hurry, Uncle Cato?
Yes, sir, Miss Julie, I tell him. But he ain't coming out. That is not just precisely.
He isn't what?
That is, he said, Miss Julie, you please to go along, because it's important. He can't see you till later. It's a conference.
Mr. Press said that?
Yes, sir. That's his very words. He said you understand.
I understand. Perfectly. I'll just go and tell him so.
Julie, come back.
As I said before, gentlemen, the South is doomed to economic extinction unless it is willing to compete with the enterprise and energy of the northern states. Now, the way I...
Press?
What? Julie.
May I speak to you, Press?
I'm sorry, gentlemen. I'll be back directly. Julie, what in the world?
Press, are you coming or aren't you?
Now, Julie, please try to understand.
I only understand that you promised.
I told you I couldn't get to the party.
Oh, the party, that's over. But you promised to go to the dressmaker's to see my new dress fitted.
Your appointment wasn't today.
Well, I made it today. It was the only time she had. And your promise, Press.
Julie, please, we're having a conference. This is important.
I suppose it isn't important that I've spent a month having my ball dress made for tomorrow night. In fact, I don't suppose it's important what I wear to the Proteus ball.
Oh, now, honey.
It's only you that's so important. You and your board of directors. I suppose they couldn't possibly get on without you.
Now, Julie, you've got sense.
Thank you, Press.
Right now, I'm having the fight of my life in there. A grand fight. I've got to get back. Just you run along, and later tonight...
Don't trouble. I'm sure you'll be too exhausted from your great struggle.
Julie, you must realize...
I realize only too well. Good day, Mr. Dillard. I'm sorry I troubled you.
That's what she bought, General Bogardus, a red dress. And I do believe she did it just to spite Press.
Julie can't be serious, Miss Bell. She knows right well no unmarried girl wears a red dress at the Proteus ball. Don't she know what a fuss everyone will make?
That seems to be what she wants.
But she couldn't do that to Press. She knows the position he has to maintain in this town. What if some man should make... Well, comment on that dress in Press's hearing.
General Bogardus, you simply must talk to her. Make her realize what she's doing. Be firm. You're her guardian.
And you're her aunt, Miss Bell. There ain't much I can do after 20 years of your spoiling.
Let's rest right in here with the folks, Mr. Press.
Here's Press now.
Tell Miss Julie I'm here, Uncle Cato. Evening, Aunt Bell.
Oh, Press, I'm so glad you've come. I thought, well, that is, Julie said you'd called again.
Aunt Bell, it's high time we all stopped hanging on every word Julie says, when most times she only half means them.
I agree with you, Press. Miss Bell, I'm going to speak right out. That girl is high-headed and willful, and I'm mighty glad Press has come to realize it.
I appreciate your interest, General, but I believe I can handle it.
Mr. Press.
Yes, Uncle Cato?
Miss Julie, she said, would you most politely excuse her?
Excuse her? Is she ill, Aunt Bell?
Why, no, Press.
She's as sound as a nut.
You'll pardon me a moment, please. I want to find out about this.
Take all the time you need, my boy.
Julie, it's Press. Open the door. Julie, you and I have got to straighten things out. There's no sense to all this. I'm here because I love you, Julie. Because I know you love me. We've always had these silly quarrels. Can't we stop? Can't we get together and talk things over? Julie, open this door.
Why, Press. Banging on a lady's bedroom door. I'm scandalized at you. Well, did you come up here just to stand there?
I came up here to...
Yes?
Julie, how long must we go on like this?
Like what, Press?
Fussing, fighting, like a couple of children.
Why do you treat me like a child, then?
Because you behave like one. A spoiled one.
You used to say you liked me like that once. You never wanted me to grow up. Remember?
Julie, darling. Look at me. Mm-hmm. When I came in, I was going to beat you.
Where you, Press? Now, would you like to see my new dress?
That's what I wanted to do all day.
Well, let me go then. Here it is.
That?
Huh?
For the Proteus ball?
Yes. Isn't it lovely?
But, Julie, it's red.
Gorgeously red.
But you can't wear red to the Proteus ball.
Why not?
You never saw an unmarried girl in anything but white. You know that. It's the custom. It has certain significance.
Are you afraid I'll be taken for one of those girls from Gallatin Street?
Julie!
Oh, I'm sorry, Press. I forgot. I'm a child. I'm not supposed to know about anything like Gallatin Street. I'm supposed just to simper around in white.
You're supposed to know that you have a position to maintain.
Oh. You mean it might be bad for the bank, is that it? Will you please hold another directors' meeting and let them decide just exactly what I can wear?
Julie, for heaven's sake, be reasonable.
Were you reasonable this afternoon?
Oh, so that's it. You're just nursing a spite. Well, I'm not going to let you. You've made your point now. For once, you're going to do as I say. I'm calling for you tomorrow night at 10, and you're going to be properly dressed for the ball, in white.
Am I, Press? Well, of course, if you say so.
Don't be absurd. Your own good sense will say so.
And if it doesn't?
Then, my sweet, you and I will sit at home with our embroidery. Good night. 10 tomorrow, in white.
Good night, Press. 10 tomorrow. Steady. Steady!
Yes, Miss Julie.
Steady, come here. I want you to take a message for me. And don't tell the others, do you hear?
Sure, Miss Julie.
I want you to go to Mr. Buck Cantrell's house on Charter Street. Ask him if he'll kindly come to the house here tomorrow night at 10.
Evening, Miss Julie. Your message said 10 o'clock, and here it stands.
Buck, I just heard. Is it true you killed him?
Killed who, Miss Julie?
You know what I mean, Mr. DeLautric. What was the quarrel about, Buck?
Sure, Miss Julie, I don't rightly follow you. I saw Mr. DeLautric this afternoon, got his arm bandaged, that's all.
Oh, I see.
I zing, Miss Julie, you all dressed up for a hog killing. That's the reddest red I ever did see.
I hoped you'd like it.
Makes a man feel kind of all overish.
Well, Buck.
Look here, Miss Julie.
Huh?
What you want, anyhow?
I want you to take me to the Proteus ball.
Miss Julie.
Well?
You do me a great honor.
Thank you, Buck. Then we better hurry.
Just a minute. You had a set to with Press.
I'd rather not discuss it.
Guess we better have, because the Press ain't going to like it.
Afraid, Buck? The press will call you out?
Oh, he'd do that naturally. Couldn't blame him much. Where do I stand carrying his lady to the ball?
If I ask you to, isn't that enough?
Not this time. I think too much of you to help you do something I know you're going to regret.
I know exactly what I'm doing.
Most likely you do, Miss Julie, but you're wrong. That dress could cause no end of trouble. Folks would keenly resent your coming to the ball and that.
Then let 'em. They're just petty and narrow-minded.
No, ma'am. It's just that they got rules, and they go by 'em, same as you and I.
Oh. And you prefer to go by your rules?
I always have, Miss Julie. I reckon you'll find Press does, too.
Then I'm sorry I troubled you, Mr. Cantrell. Good night.
Good night, Miss Julie. I'm sorry
Julie, where were you? Press has been waiting.
Has he? I'm sorry. Good evening, Press.
Good evening.
Well, shall we go?
Not until you are properly dressed.
Properly dressed. Why must everyone be so proper? Why don't you admit that you're afraid, Press? Afraid someone might insult me and you might be forced to defend me. Isn't that it, Press?
The carriage is waiting for us. My arm, Miss Julie.
Press, wait. Julie, think what you're doing.
Good night, Aunt Dale. We'll be late if we don't hurry.
Your wrap, Miss Julie. We can leave it here.
Thank you. Ah, but it's warm in here, isn't it?
I think we'll find it even warmer inside.
Look at Julie Marsden. Just look at her. A red dress. Horrible, shocking. Oh, she shouldn't have. If she dances, I shall ask the ladies to leave the floor.
Good evening. Evening, gentlemen.
Good evening.
You all have the privilege of Miss Marsden's acquaintance, I think.
Gentlemen, how are you, Mr. Knight?
Very well, thank you. If you'll excuse me, I have to meet my partner.
Oh, certainly. Evening, Buck.
Evening, Miss Julie. Your servant, sir.
What's the matter, Mr. Cantrell? You haven't a partner you have to meet, too.
Why, no. No, I came alone.
A pleasant evening, isn't it?
Yeah, mighty pleasant. Nice and cool.
Do you find it cool in here? I don't find it particularly cool. Do you, Julie?
Why, no, I don't.
I don't find it particularly cool, Mr. Cantrell. Miss Julie doesn't find it so. Perhaps it's something in the atmosphere that's peculiar to you.
I reckon it is. Now that you speak of it, it's just about right.
It seems so to me. Do you think so, Julie?
Yes. Yes, Press. Will you excuse us, Buck?
Your servant, Miss Julie.
Thank you.
Yours, sir.
Press, I think we better leave. Take me home, please.
Why, my dear, we haven't danced yet. Shall we?
I don't want to dance, Press. I'd rather go.
Oh, but we must. Come, Julie.
Press, did you hear me? I don't want to.
Dance, Julie.
Press, stop. Let me go.
Oh, no, Julie.
They're leaving the floor.
Let them. You don't care what they think, do you?
I won't dance alone, Press. Please, Press, take me out of here, please.
Why did they stop the music?
Oh, Press.
Play.
Press, don't.
Go on, play. Do you hear?
I won't do it. I won't do it.
That's better. Now, come, Julie.
Oh,
Dance.
No, let me go. Let go.
Dance.
I don't. If you don't let me go,
Dance. We came here to dance. Goodbye, Julie.
Is that all you've got to say to me, Press?
There's nothing more to say.
Even if I was wrong?
You couldn't be wrong. You're Julie Marsden.
Am I to get down on my knees?
It would be interesting, but utterly useless.
Evidently, you've made up your mind.
No, Julie. You've made up my mind.
Well, then. Goodbye, Press. At least you'll shake hands.
Of course. Julie.
Well?
There was something I forgot to tell you, Miss Julie. I'm going north in the morning. I'll be gone some time. Goodbye.
Press.
Don't let him. Go after him, Julie.
Me? After him?
Yes, Julie, quickly. Oh, Julie, you're a fool.
Not so big a fool. He'll come back.
Not this time. He won't believe me.
Oh, yes, he will. You wait and see. He'll come back. Tonight, I think. And if he does, say I've retired. And tell him I'm sleeping late in the morning. Not to come around until afternoon tomorrow.
Julie, honey.
Tell him that. Tell him that.
In just a moment, Mr. DeMille and Loretta Young, Jeffrey Lynn, and Brian Donlevy will return in Act 2 of Jezebel. And now here's our Hollywood news reporter, Libby Collins. Well, what's the news this week, Libby? Or should I say, whose news?
Well, if you say whose news, then I can say Drew's news.
Well, you win that one, Libby. I suppose you mean Ellen Drew.
Of course. Paramount's mighty proud of its young star, Ellen Drew.
Well, they should be, for she's a fine little actress and a beautiful one. But we're proud of Ellen, too, Libby, because, you know, she's a Lux girl. She always uses Lux toilet soap for that $1 million complexion of hers.
Yes, but do you know her story, Mr. Ruick? How she happened to get into pictures?
No. Suppose you tell us, Libby.
Well, she was a sales girl in a small department store at Englewood, Illinois, at $10 a week. The store manager entered her picture in a beauty contest. She won and came to Hollywood. But she found beauty contest winners are about as numerous as palm trees out here. So she got a job as a waitress in a luncheonette. One day an agent came in for a soda. Saw Ellen and forgot the soda. He arranged for a screen test and a contract with Paramount followed. Her first big chance came when she played the feminine lead in Sing You Sinners with Bing Crosby.
I remember Ellen in that picture. But hasn't she just made a new one called June and December or something?
Well, you're close, Mr. Ruick. Her new picture is Christmas in July with Dick Powell.
Oh, of course.
And here's something else you'll want to know. Ellen told me that winter and summer, every day in the year, she gives her skin a Lux Soap Active Lather facial. She says these facials are a wonderful aid in keeping her skin soft and smooth, just right for camera close-ups.
Thank you, Libby. I'm sure that women everywhere will be interested in that piece of beauty news. And now here's the way to take a Hollywood Active Lather facial. A facial with active lather that removes every trace of dust, dirt, and stale cosmetics. Smooth the rich Lux Soap lather gently into your skin. Rinse with warm water, a dash of cool, and then pat lightly to dry. See how smooth your skin feels, how fresh it looks. Try these active lather facials for 30 days. They're quick, they're easy, and they really work. Remember, 9 out of 10 screen stars use gentle white Lux toilet soap. Now, our producer, Mr. DeMille.
Act 2 of Jezebel, starring Loretta Young as Julie Marsden, Jeffrey Lynn as Preston Dillard, and Brian Dunleavy as Buck Cantrell. Almost a year has passed since Press and Julie said goodbye. The Mardi Gras Festival is only a few weeks off, but this time there's no gaiety in New Orleans. Only death and the muffled cries of the dying. For the foul breath of plague blows hot along the streets. Up from the dank marshlands creeps the dread plague of yellow fever. To the Marsden home comes an old friend, Dr. Stone, to warn Aunt Belle of the danger.
It's only a matter of a few weeks, I'd say, but you ought to leave the city. Go on up to the plantation. Give yourselves a breathing spell.
Is there really cause for alarm, Dr. Stone?
I'm afraid there is. More deaths every day, Miss Bell. The city ain't going to be very pleasant till this blows over.
Well, I'll speak to Julie again. She's been set against leaving, but I'll try to persuade her.
Julie don't look as well as I've seen her. Looks a little pale.
It's all I can do to get her to step from this house. Won't go outside except to ride that crazy thoroughbred of hers. And then I'm in fear and trembling she'll break her neck. Won't go any place where there's company and won't have company in. Young Mr. Cantrell and the others she hasn't received in months. They've stopped calling. Only leave cards.
Well, what does she do all day long?
Tends the house like no house has ever been tended. She's so particular. If an article is half an inch out of place, or if one speck of dust is on anything, she notices. It makes me uneasy.
You might be interested in a piece of news I got today. Preston Dillard's coming back.
Press?
Arriving Friday on the packet.
What brings it?
This yellow fever business. We two stand together on what ought to be done about it, so now it's busted loose, he's coming back.
It's high time.
Miss Julie might be interested, too.
Yes. You know, Doctor, I expect I know Julie like nobody ever will. Maybe I love her most when she's her meanest, because I know that's when she's loving most.
Morning, Dr. Stone.
Oh, morning, Miss Julie. I was just talking about you running up to the plantation for a few weeks.
Again?
Miss Julie, you don't seem to understand.
Dr. Stone, I'll let you know about it as soon as I can.
Do, Miss Bell, do. Morning, Miss Julie.
Bye, Doctor. You know, I do believe Dr. Stone takes pleasure in frightening people, particularly women.
You don't remember the last outbreak of fever. You were too little. It was dreadful, Julie.
I'm not afraid.
I guess it's pretty serious. Press Dillard's coming home on account of it.
Press? He's coming home? course he is.
Did you know it?
Certainly I knew it. I knew it all along. He had to come to me. He couldn't help himself. He wouldn't know how to fight as hard as I had to keep from going to him. We'll be married, Aunt Bill. I'm going to beg his forgiveness. I was vicious and mean and selfish. And I'm going to tell him how I hated myself for being like I was even then. I'll humble myself before him. All that ever stood between us will be gone when he takes me in his arms.
There, child.
Perhaps we'd better go to the plantation now that Press is coming. Of course. That's the right place for our meeting. We best start packing, too. Uncle Cato. Steady. Oh, Aunt Bill, we'll give a party. We'll invite everybody. A party to celebrate.
Buck Cantrell. How are you, Buck?
How are you, Ted? Your brother Press here?
Not yet. Doc Stone saw him in the city. He says he's bringing something rare and precious from up north. What could it be, I wonder?
Oh, a stem wind and watch, maybe, hmm?
Maybe that's it. A stem winder.
Look, Aunt Bill.
You look lovely, dear. But you'll wear that dress out, Dixon and Fussin.
Everything's got to be right. Just right.
I guess everything is, and you most of anything, honey.
Oh, Aunt Bill.
Excited?
Just feel my heart jumping.
Kate coming, Kate.
Who is it?
Mr. Press. It's Mr. Press. He's just getting out.
Aunt Bill is here. Go downstairs and take him to the drawing room. I must see him alone.
Yes, dear.
Alone, Aunt Bill. Press. Oh, Press. What are you staring at? Are you remembering the time you wanted me to wear white? Are you, Press? Well, until now, I never have. Oh, what's the matter? Cat got your tongue?
Julie.
Said that plain enough. Oh, Press, what fools we were. Press, please.
That's over, Julie.
Yes, of course it is, but... Oh, darling, I can't believe it's you here. I've dreamed it so long. A lifetime. No, even longer than that. And
Julie,
No, don't say it. Not yet. Press. I'll put on this white dress for you. To help me tell you how humbly I ask you to forgive me. See, Press, I'm kneeling to you.
Julie, don't.
I want to, Press. I want to make you forgive me and love me as I love you.
Get up, Julie, please.
Press,
Get up.
I only want you to know...
You suppose I... Oh.
Come in, Amy. Julie. Mrs. Amy. My wife.
Your wife. And you are, may I say, Cousin Julie? You're Press's wife. Well, Press, you're funning.
Hardly.
Married on such short notice. My felicitations, Press. You from the north, Miss Dillard?
Yes, New York.
From New York.
Yes, I've never been south before, but I know I'm going to love it. You have such charming customs down here.
You may find our customs, as you call them, quite different, Miss Dillard, from your countries. However, I'm happy to welcome you.
Thank you. I did want to meet you. Press has told me so much about you.
Everything, I suppose.
Are you very
We
surprised?
Southerners are impulsive, aren't we? I wouldn't be very much surprised at anything Press did. But excuse me now.
Julie, wait. I tried to find you, to tell
Married. He's married.
Julie, child, I'm so sorry.
For heaven's sake, don't be gentle with me now. Do you think I want to be worked over? I've got to think and to plan.
You can't fight marriage, Julie.
Marriage. To that little washed-out Yankee. Press is mine, do you hear? He's always been mine. If I can't have him, then...
How are you, Miss Julie?
Well, Doc. Buck Cantrell. Well, why didn't someone tell me you'd come?
Oh, I'm most pointedly delighted. Most pointedly delighted, Miss Julie.
Thank you. And just for that, I'm going to make you sit next to me at dinner.
You honor me, Miss Julie.
Oh, my goodness, Buck. You don't know how glad I am to see you.
I've said it, ladies and gentlemen, and I'll say it again. I can't believe that the intelligent men at the North are plotting to destroy our sovereign rights.
You sound right calm now, General Bogartis. But what they tell me, you were raring to go when you joined up with Andy Jackson.
I was a lot younger then, Cantrell. And a lot foolisher.
What Buck's been saying doesn't sound foolish to me. Most of it makes sense. And I'll take the rest of it on faith.
Why, Miss Julie, that is a compliment. First time you ever said that I talk sense.
Oh, well, you don't much. But it's refreshing to see a man who knows his own mind. Don't you think so, Press?
It's difficult to know your mind sometimes.
That's hardly an answer, is it?
I'm sorry to seem dull. It's coming back to this house. All my childhood summers. There's so much to remember.
Remembering? A forward-looking young banker? Well, I thought you were concerned with the future, not the past.
Even a banker has memories.
Then he ought to kill them. Or laugh at them. I do that myself.
Oh, being a banker, Press, you ought to see that the future of the South lies right here in New Orleans.
Does it?
Well, the way I look at it, cotton is king. Folks are bound to ship cotton downriver. So how can New Orleans keep from being the greatest city in America? You know, if I had the cash to spare from racing, I'd put it right into New Orleans bonds. They're down now, you know, count of the fever.
Is that so, Buck?
I don't like to disagree, but there's more than fever the matter.
Well, being at the North seems to have changed your point of view, Press.
Broadened it, maybe.
You aren't telling us, Press, you don't believe in New Orleans anymore.
I've tried to study conditions.
Conditions? Buck, you never studied conditions, did you?
I'm not much on studying, Miss Julie.
I've seen Boston. It's bigger. Chicago, pretty near as big, and come up in the past 10 years. There are plenty of others. It troubles me about the South. We're dreaming, and the dream is fading.
Why?
I hate to say this, but in a war of commerce, the North must win.
Win? That's a mighty curious thing for a Southerner to say.
Strikes me that way, too. But maybe Press has learned why. Up north.
If you must have it, it'll be the victory of machines over men.
Preston.
I don't know as I like that, Dillard.
You're not expected to like it. And you're going to like it less when it happens.
Why, you talk like a... Please.
Yes. Let's have no quarreling. Now, the ladies will be in the drawing room. You gentlemen can find us there.
Press. Yes, Ted?
Buck seems dead set to pick a quarrel with you.
That's nothing new for Buck.
And Julie, she's set herself to fascinate Buck like a Gallatin Street girl. Why?
Don't worry. The less you crack your teeth, the longer you'll have them, young.
Press, I saw you come out here. I wanted to talk to you.
Yes, Julie?
Why did you do it? Why did you marry her?
Because I loved her.
Oh, no, you're not a fool, Press. You've had my love.
And lost it.
Wasn't that memory more real than anything she had to give? Don't look that way, Press. Just tell me. You must.
Please don't, Julie.
Shall I cry for you? Nobody but you ever made me cry, and that was only twice. And both times you gave me what I wanted. You remember?
Yes.
How much do you remember?
Everything you ever said or did.
Oh, Press.
But it's past now, Julie. Done. Finished.
Oh, to have come to you. I wanted to so terribly. It was because I wanted to so much that I couldn't. You understand that, don't you, Press?
I didn't understand. I only knew what you did.
I didn't understand myself. But I do now. And you do. You do. That's why you came back, Press. You had to come back to the country, you know. You belong here. Nothing can change that. Look, Press. Just listen. Can you hear him? The night noise. See the moon among the cypresses. Can you taste the night on your tongue? You can't get away from these things. Press, they're in your blood. You don't know what it is, but it's part of you. It's the mockingbird and the magnolias. It's the blue haze on a spring morning when the air is so soft it presses on you like a kiss. And it's the river, rolling down and down, rolling forever. It's the country you were born to, the country you know and trust.
Please, Julie.
Oh, it isn't tame and easy like the North. It's quick and dangerous, but you trust it. Remember how the fever mist smells in the bottoms? Rank and rotten. But you trust that, too, because it's part of your, Press, just as I'm part of you, and I'll never let you go.
Julie,
never.
don't.
Kiss me, Press, and hold me just once like he... Press. Oh, Press, you're afraid of me.
No.
Then you're afraid of yourself. Yes, that's it. You're afraid of yourself because it's pulling you. It's got you, Press. You're part of it. You can't get away from it. This is your country, Press. Amy doesn't understand it. She'd think there'd be snakes here.
Yes.
And you...
She'd be right. You talk about trust. Amy has put her life and her happiness in my hands, and they're going to be safe there.
How can she understand it?
Julie, you out here, Miss Julie? Oh,
It's all right. I was just going in.
well, I hope I... Miss Julie, I thought I'd lost you.
Why,
What's the matter, Miss Julie? You ache somewhere?
it's nothing, Buck.
It is. Look here. You were out here a mighty long time with Press Dillard.
Please, Buck. Press has been punching the brandy and...
I see. Did he lose his capacity to drink like a gentleman at the North, too?
Buck.
What does he think a lady's house is, a riverboat bar? What did he do?
Forget it, please. Please, Buck, this is a secret between us.
Why, sure, Miss Julie. I'll forget anything you want me to forget.
Please, I wouldn't want some silly thing I said to be the cause.
I know, Miss Julie, and you can depend on it. You ain't going to be the cause of anything. You can depend on me, Miss Julie.
Buck, what was that?
Oh, well, that's just the fever cannon from New Orleans. You can hear it when the winds rise.
You can hear it right plain out here, folks.
There it goes again. Wind shifted to the south.
What is it, Ted?
It's the fever cannon, Amy, down in New Orleans.
Fever cannon?
That's right. At night, they set tar barrels blazing on every street corner. And the Washington artillery fire cannon to fight the plague.
But what good does that do?
Why, everybody knows that it starts the air currents that carry the fever away.
They might better drain up the swamps and clean up the city.
Well, maybe they do that in the Yankee Land, Press.
They do? And there are quite a lot of other customs at the North that'll bear copying.
And there are a lot of things up there that won't stand copying, too.
I'll remind you, Buck, that my wife is a Northerner and a stranger here.
You talk like you're the same.
Now, see here,
Ted,
Buck.
please. I'm sorry, Buck, but this subject is an unwelcome one. Julie, as mistress of the house, you agree with me, I'm sure.
Why, Adele, I wouldn't think of forbidding any subject to my guest.
Julie.
Mr. Preston, there's a gentleman here for you, sir.
For me? Who is it?
Mr. Dillard, Dr. Stone sent me. Mr. LaCourt, the bank is down bad with the fever. The doctor said you better come right down.
Of course. Uncle Cato, tell my boy to get the carriage.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Dillard, Mr. LaCourt's very bad. He wants to talk some bank business to you before it gets too late. Was I you, I'd ride. Be quicker. You can have my horse, sir.
Very well. Amy?
Fred, I have to go with you.
Now, honey, this won't take long. I'll send a carriage for you later. Aunt Belle, you'll take care of her until I can send?
Surely, Fred.
I hope you'll all forgive me.
We understand perfectly, my boy.
Fred.
Now, darling, please don't fret about me.
I'll try not to.
You look after Amy, won't you, Ted?
Of course, Press, you needn't have asked.
Goodbye, Amy.
Goodbye.
Goodbye, all.
Oh, I do hope everything will be all right.
It always is. Of course, it's a pity Press had to leave now. But I suppose his bank comes first.
Well, Press is devoted to the bank.
Yes. Rather unfortunately so.
You don't find that admirable, Miss Marston?
Oh, admirable, I suppose. It just seems to me there are other things more interesting. I imagine Buck finds it so.
Why, Miss Julie, I never go into a bank if I can help it. Seems like they're mostly studying how they can get something away from somebody.
I wouldn't say that, Buck.
I beg your pardon, Ted?
Now, Ted, all Mr. Cantrell meant to say is that most folks down here prefer other pursuits, like planting and...
You need not apologize to Mr. Cantrell. I'm sure he is capable of defending his own insinuations.
Why, Mistress Dillard, ma'am, I surely didn't mean to offend. I was just talking.
Of course, Amy. Buck didn't realize what he was saying. Why, he doesn't even realize how Julie's using him.
Now, Ted.
Ted, please.
Ted, son, how do you mean that? I don't get the sense of it, but it don't sound polite.
You know right well what I mean. Julie's been egging you on, first against Press and now his wife.
Ted, be quiet.
I meant what I said.
Then let's just figure I didn't hear it, Ted. And, boy, I'd keep Miss Julie's name out of your conversation.
You're fool enough to defend what you don't even understand?
I don't see anybody that needs any defense, Ted, and if I did, I'd make out to defend them, I suppose, yes.
Let's put it this way, then, Mr. Cantrell. All evening I thought you coarse and loud and not a gentleman.
That's better. Very well, Mr. Dillard, sir. Mr. Allen will act for me, and we'll be happy to do you the honor. You young jackass.
They're gone. They left the house an hour ago, before sunrise. Julie, hush, dear. There's nothing can be done about it now.
Oh, Aunt Belle, if anything happens to Ted, Press couldn't bear it. Oh, why can't we stop them? Why?
We women can start the men quarreling often enough. We can't ever stop them.
She could. Julie could.
No, Amy, she couldn't.
Are you savages? Good morning. What brought brought you out so early, Aunt Belle? It's a grand morning. I couldn't resist it. Where are the gentlemen? You know very well where they are and what they are doing. Yes. A silly custom. But part of what we Southerners call our chivalry. You know, sometimes I envy them faced with the hate. To kill or be killed. To settle something. We can't do that, we women. It doesn't mean anything else. To you? Why should it?
Listen. Someone's come back.
It's Ted. Ted! Oh, Ted! What happened?
Buck's dead. I never saw a man die before. He knew what you'd done. He told me so before he died. Oh, Julie, you're a... Come, Amy. Come in with me. We'll be leaving now.
Buck's dead. Well, say it. Say what you're thinking, Aunt Bill. What is it?
I'm thinking of a woman called Jezebel, who did evil in the sight of God.
After a brief intermission, Mr. DeMille and our stars Loretta Young, Brian Donlevy, and Jeffrey Lynn will bring you Act 3 of Jezebel. And now Sally here tells me that she has another helpy for us. A helpy, you know, is Sally's own way of saying helpful hints.
Thanks for explaining that, Mr. Buick. But I think maybe tonight's helpy really should be called a thrifty.
A thrifty, eh? How's that, Sally?
Well, last week you said Lux toilet soap was very economical to use as a bath soap, too. You said it can be used down to the last thin little sliver.
So I did, Sally. That's because Lux toilet soap is hard-milled, you know.
Well, I've been thinking about that last thin little sliver, and I began to wonder if all of our women listeners know this thrifty little trick. While your new cake of Lux toilet soap is moist, just take that little sliver and press it firmly onto the fresh cake. That way you use up every last bit, and there's never any waste at all.
Well, thank you, Sally. That's a good thrifty. And I'm sure that it's going to be appreciated by the millions of women who depend on a daily Lux soap bath to protect that important feminine charm called daintiness. You see, Lux soap has active lather that does a gentle, thorough job. Leaves skin really fresh, sweet, perfumed with a delicate flower-like fragrance that screen stars and fastidious women everywhere find delightful. You'll find that while Lux toilet soap makes your daily bath a real luxury, it costs so very little. It's thrifty, especially if you buy it the economical 3 cakes at a time way. Start tomorrow. Use gentle, fragrant Lux toilet soap for your beauty bath. You'll love it. We pause now for station identification. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Curtain rises on the third act of Jezebel. With the death of Buck Cantrell, the guests at the plantation prepare to leave. But from New Orleans comes word that holds them prisoner. No one can pass through the fever line. In the city, the dull boom of cannon punctuates the sultry night as a long procession of wagons rattles through the deserted street. Sick wagons carrying fever-ridden patients to Lazarette Island.
There they go, Press. Today's crop of sick folks for Lazarette Island.
So New Orleans has come to that, Dr. Stone. Sending its sick away to die.
It was the same in the epidemic of 1830, Press. Folks will do mighty near anything. Let them get scared enough.
It's murder. You know nobody ever comes back alive from that place. What are we trying to do? Save folks or kill them?
Opinions differ, Press. Maybe if we get rid of the fever patients, the rest of us will have a chance. This is Yellow Jack, son. We do what we can, that's all. Come on in the hotel. We'd better get us a drink.
sir. What will it be, gentlemen?
Bourbon. Make it double.
Single for me.
Yes, sir.
Look here, son. Ain't that kind of unusual for you?
Are you telling me what I can... I'm sorry, Dr. Stone. I don't know why I said that.
Don't you feel right, boy?
Why, kind of edgy, maybe. Been a tough day. I got chilled walking up.
Chilled? Press, you ought to be easing down. With liqueur gone, we're looking to you to see the bank through this mess.
I couldn't be. I saw him myself day before yesterday.
I saw him an hour past. You think I don't know what that man when I see one?
Buck Cantrell?
Yes, Buck Cantrell. He's dead, I tell you, and Ted Dillon's the one who killed him.
Ted?
I don't believe it.
Gentlemen, I'll give 20 to 1 that it's the truth.
Just a minute.
Yes, sir?
I believe I heard you make a private matter that concerns my family the subject of a bet.
Well, I'm mighty sorry. I didn't know.
It's not a thing to bet on.
I reckon you're right, sir.
I don't want to hear any more of it. I don't...
What is it?
I'm dizzy.
Press.
Yellow Jack. He's got Yellow Jack.
Uncle Cato, what are you saying?
It's the truth, Miss Julie. Dr. Stone sent me from New Orleans. Mr. Pratt, he got the fever bad.
Fever?
Yes, sir. He took him to your house, Miss Julie, because the hotel folks won't take him in. They're going to send him off to that leper place.
The Lazarette? I can't. I've got to get to him.
Only trouble, Miss Julie. They ain't letting nobody through the fever line.
How come they let you through?
They never, Miss Julie. I just kind of ooze through.
But how?
Why, when them white gentlemen stop me just out of town, I leave the horse with some folks I knows, and I go walking.
Yes?
I kind of squinch through the cane by the bayou.
You swam that bayou?
No, ma'am, Miss Julie. I scared of the gator. I just kind of find me a double-end pirogue. It ain't like I was stealing, Miss Julie. I'm fixing to take it back.
You are. You're taking it back right now. And I'm going with you.
It's too risky, Miss Julie. And the Yellow Jack cutting folks down like straw back in New Orleans.
That's why I got to be there. Do you hear? We're going.
What, Miss Julie?
Doctor, is Brett still here?
Why, yes,
Oh,
but...
thank heaven. How is he?
As well as can be expected, he's up in your room, Miss Julie.
I want to see him.
I had to bring him here. No hotel would take him, of course.
Naturally, his place is here. He's got to stay here. They mustn't take him to that island. You've got to stop him. He'd die.
Now, my dear, I'm doing what I can. Come in.
Press. Oh, Press.
You. What are you doing here?
I came to help you.
Keep away. Don't touch me.
Please,
Don't touch me.
Please, it's Julie.
Julie. In white. A white dress, Julie.
Oh,
Up to his head, Miss Julie.
what can we do for him, Doctor?
Just keep applying the compresses. But you oughtn't to be here. Yellow Jack's mighty catching, Miss Julie.
Catching, is it? We need more ice, Doctor.
I'll go down and send some up.
We'll keep him here. They can't take him away from us. We'll make him well again.
Julie, I must tell you it was my duty. Press is a fever patient. I had to report him.
You reported? Yes. You sent Press out to die? You couldn't.
Julie, I put Press on his first horse. I caught his daddy out of his saddle when he died at Buena Vista at the head of his men. If there was anything else to do for Press, I'd have done it, Miss Julie.
The compresses are on. The ice, Doctor.
I'll see to it.
Lazarette Island. To die alone. Oh, no, Press. No, I swear it. Not alone. Press.
The river.
Yes.
Part of you. And the blood.
Oh.
I made you cry.
Don't, darling, don't.
White. Never wore white. Never wore white. Julie.
Don't.
Julie.
Darling, don't.
In the blood. Never get away from it. Never. Never. Never.
Press. How is he? Amy. Amy, you shouldn't be here. Press is sick, and I'm his wife. I'll take care of him now. Well, did you speak to Dr. Stone? They're coming to take him away. I know it's what Press would have wanted. And I'm going with him. You? You can't. I'm going. It's my right.
Of course it's your right, Amy. You're his wife. But are you fit to go?
Loving him isn't enough. If you gave him all your strength, would it be enough?
I'll make him live or die with him.
Amy, do you know the Creole word for fever powder, for food and water? How to talk to a sullen, overworked slave and make him fear you and help you. Press's life and yours will hang on words that you can't say. And you'll both surely die.
And it must be that way.
But it isn't a question of proving your love by laying down your life for Press. It's nothing so easy, Amy. Have you the knowledge and the strength to fight for his life and your own as you'll have to fight? Amy is no longer you or I.
What do you mean?
I mean that I'll make him well. I'll make him live, Amy. I will. Whatever you'll do, I'll do more. Because I know how to fight better than you do. Amy, if you knew the horrors of that place. It's not a hospital. It's a desolate island haunted by death. They'll put Press in an open sled with hundreds of others. You must be there with him, day and night, watching every breath he draws. You must bathe him, give him his drugs, and you'll have to fight for his food and his water. You must keep him living, Amy. You must keep the living away from him as well as the dead. Be there by him, with your body between him and death.
I'm not afraid.
No, you're not afraid, Amy. I think you're the bravest woman I ever saw. I believe you even have the courage to save him. By giving me the right to go in your place. You're not afraid to die. But I ask a greater sacrifice in Press's name. His life.
And for yourself.
I ask you humbly. For the chance to give proof that I can be brave and strong and unselfish. Oh, help me, Amy. Give me the right to make myself clean again like you were clean.
You love him. Even more than I believed was in your power.
Then let me prove myself worthy of that love, Amy.
Julie, tell me. Tell me something which only you can tell me. Does Press still love you? He himself mightn't know, but you would. Tell me.
Please, you've got to let
Tell
me
me.
Amy, what does it matter who Press loves? It's his life that matters. We both know Press loves his wife.
Is that true?
I've done too much against him, Amy. You were gentle and brave as I never knew how to be. Had there been any love in his heart left for me, I'd have taken him from you. I tried and I failed. Because he loves only you.
Sick wagon. You ready?
Amy.
I'm grateful to you for telling me what I had to know. I believe you've earned whatever right was mine. God protect you and Press. Go with him.
Thank you. Come in. Come in. We're ready now.
There's another. That's the Red Island. Julie.
Yes, Press. Yes.
Don't leave me, Julie.
I won't leave you. I won't leave you, Press.
The wagons move on. The cannon are silenced as the curtain falls on Jezebel. And we all join in applauding the artists who brought us this play tonight. Loretta Young, Brian Dunleavy, and Jeffrey Lynn.
The next time a performance as fine as Loretta Young's comes along, Mr. DeMille, don't put me in the cast. I'd rather be in the audience so I won't miss any of it.
You've got an idea there, Jeffrey, and you can save a seat for me.
You, too, can be in the audience if you like, but I want to be right up here producing the play.
My goodness, I seem to be surrounded by three true Southern gentlemen, and I'm very grateful to you.
There's one thing, Loretta, we want to speak to you about. We think you had a perfect right to go off to Mexico and New York on your honeymoon, but it's time now that you started another picture.
Well, as a matter of fact, Mr. DeMille, I'm going to work very soon in Mr. Frank Lloyd's production, Lady from Cheyenne.
That sounds exciting, Loretta.
Yes, good luck on it.
Thank you both. I know everyone is anxious to hear Mr. DeMille's announcement of next week's play. But before that, there's something I'd like to say to the ladies in the audience.
Green light, Loretta. Go ahead.
Well, this is especially for those women who have never tried Lux soap. I've used it myself for a good many years, but I know that a few days' use will convince anyone that Lux soap really is a fine complexion soap.
That rings a bell, Loretta. Lux Soap is its own best salesman.
Well, Mr. DeMille, what about next Monday night's play?
Next week, Brian,
Yeah.
we present our own special climax to the 1940 football season. The first complete radio production of the current Warner Brothers hit, Knute Rockne All-American. And our star will be the same one you saw in the picture, Pat O'Brien, in his great performance as Knute Rockne. Besides Pat O'Brien, you'll hear Ronald Reagan and Donald Crisp, also of the picture cast, and Fay Ray. This is more than the story of winning football teams. It's the thrilling true-life drama of a man who taught his players a code of conduct that will live long after gridiron triumphs are forgotten. A man who left his mark on America. And next Monday night, you can all have seats on the 50-yard line when we present Knute Rockne All-American.
The cheers will be spontaneous for that show, Mr. DeMille. And we'll be right on that 50-yard line. Good night.
Good night.
Good night.
Good night. You've made it a night we won't forget. Our sponsors, the makers of Lux Toilet Soap, join me in inviting you to be with us again next Monday night when the Lux Radio Theater presents Pat O'Brien, Ronald Reagan, Donald Crisp, and Fay Ray in Knute Rockne All-American. This is Cecil B. DeMille saying good night to you from Hollywood.
Heard in tonight's play were Verna Felton as Aunt Belle, Eugene Francis as Ted, Lorene Tuttle as Amy, Griff Barnett as Dr. Stone, Earl Ross as General Bogardus, Lou Merrill as DeLautrec, Jack Carr as Uncle Cato, Claire Videra as Mrs. Kendrick, Ann Tobin as Molly, and Ralph Sedan and Byron Shores. Brian Donlevy is currently working in I Wanted Wings at Paramount. Jeffrey Lynn appeared through the courtesy of Warner Brothers and will soon be seen on the screen in their production of Four Mothers. Our music is directed by Louis Silvers, and your announcer has been Melville Ruick. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
The Grape Nuts Flakes program, starring Jack Benny with Mary Livingston, Phil Harris, Dennis Day, Rochester, and yours truly, Don Wilson. Somebody says what America needs is more smiles for breakfast. So here's your old friend Doc Wilson right on the job with news of how to achieve more breakfast smiles. Perfectly simple. Just serve more tempting, satisfying breakfasts that feature Grape Nuts Flakes. Now, perhaps the best way to describe Grape Nuts Flakes is that they give you such a feeling of well-being with which to start the day. Grape Nuts Flakes start right in, tempting the eye, then they tempt the taste. Crisp, toasty brown texture, malty rich, sweet as a nut flavor. The famous Grape Nuts flavor in toasty brown flake form. But don't forget, Grape Nuts Flakes are a whole grain cereal. So beneath all their crisp, light-hearted goodness, there's plenty of hearty, whole grain nourishment. So for more smiles, for family, for breakfast, for budget, better make it crispy Grape Nuts Flakes every morning. Comes the Navy, played by the orchestra. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we would like to take you to the backyard of Jack Benny's home in Beverly Hills, where Jack has been spending a great deal of time the past week out in the open air. It's yesterday morning. Take it away, Beverly Hills.
Oh, gosh, it's beautiful out here today. You know, Rochester, there's nothing like spring in Southern California. Where else can you see flowers in full bloom in the middle of April? Where else can you sit out in the open beside your swimming pool and feel those hot rays beating down.
You better turn off that sun lamp, boss. You'll cook.
Yeah, I guess I've had enough. I don't want to get too much all at once. I'm the type that freckles.
Me too. You'll have to take my word for it.
Now, Rochester, pull the sun lamp back in the bushes and cover it with palm leaves.
Leave it right out in the open, boss. The heck with the Chamber of Commerce.
Covered with palm leaves. And by the way, Rochester, how's our victory garden coming along?
Oh, fine, boss. Mr. Coleman's chickens were over early this morning and weeded it for us.
Ronald Coleman's chickens? Rochester, I told you to fix that hole in the fence.
I did. Even the big fat ones can get through now.
I mean block it. Those darn chickens will scratch up all the seeds.
Let's get this straightened out, boss. Is our objective carrots, peas, or fried chicken?
Carrots and peas, vegetables. Now block up that hole.
Okay, I'll cover it with a frying pan.
Use a piece of wire. Wire. Oh, hello, Mary.
Hello, Jack. You well enough to be outdoors now?
Oh, sure. The doctor told me to get plenty of fresh air, so I thought I'd stretch out here in my bathing suit.
Bathing suit? Is that thing a bathing suit?
Of course.
Well, you ought to get a new one. They're not wearing them with bloomers anymore.
I've got helium in these bloomers. I'm not going to sink.
Besides, the moth chewed the elbow out of your left sleeve.
Mary, it so happens that I lost the elbow out of that sleeve when attacked by a man-eating shark in Lake Michigan.
A shark in Lake Michigan?
All right, it was a perch. In mating season, they're vicious. Anyway, Mary, isn't it beautiful out here today? Look at those birds. Aren't they cute? There's always a louse in every crowd. What is that for?
Well, I don't blame him. The idea of having a penny peanut machine out here for birds.
That's for people, not birds.
We had a worm machine out here, but they crawled out for nothing.
I gotta have that fixed.
Are you going in for a dip in the pool, Miss Livingston?
Not now, Rochester. I think I'll wait till later.
If you're smart, Mary, you'll go in now.
Oh, that's right. The prices change at 12 o'clock.
Not that, but the pool gets crowded later in the afternoon. We have the same prices all day.
I just got a load of that silly sign you got out front. Swim at Benny's for 20 pennies.
Mary, I have a lovely pool. There's no reason why I shouldn't share it with people. Naturally, I have to make a nominal charge to pay for
Here comes the customer, boss.
Oh, yes. Pull those palm leaves off the cash register. Well, good morning, young man.
Good morning, Mr. Benny. Is your pool open yet?
Yep, this is the first day of the season, and you're the first customer.
Oh, boy, the first customer. Then I get the free swim.
No, I'm sorry, young man. I've discontinued that policy this year. Sorry.
That's all right. The whole world is changing.
Yes, it is.
Well, here's my 15 cents. See you later, Mr. Benny.
Oh, just a minute, Bud. On account of the laundry situation, I'm making a small charge for towels this year. That'll be 20 cents in all.
But I brought my own towel.
I'm sorry. You'll have to check that.
But, Mr. Benny...
You see, if I let people bring in towels, I won't know who's taking mine out.
But that doesn't seem very...
Next, please. Next.
There's no one behind them.
Quiet. 20 cents out of a quarter. Here's your nickel change, kid. Here, take your nickel.
Keep it. You'll think of something.
Take it. Oh, attendant, show this gentleman to his locker.
Yes, sir. Right this way, sir. Can I bring you a scotch and soda, sir?
Rochester. We'll see that he gets just one towel. Remember last year there were a lot of them missing.
Yes, sir.
You know, Mary, I have a feeling this is going to be my best season.
Well, I think you opened too early. It's pretty chilly yet to go in swimming.
Oh, there's a little ice around the edge of the pool, but out in the center it's all open water. Uh-oh, here come some more customers.
It's Don Wilson and Phil Harris.
Well, they better be customers if they know what's good for them. Well, good morning, gentlemen. Welcome to Benny's bathing pool.
Hiya, Jackson. Mary. Hello, Jack. How's your cold coming along?
Oh, I feel fine, Don. I'll be back on the program tomorrow as Master of Ceremonies.
Ain't we going to have Orson Welles on the show?
Definitely not. I'm going to handle the show myself.
Back to the corn, huh?
Phil, for a guy with a wife, a baby, and no talent, you're taking an awful chance. Now, give me 20 cents. You're going in for a swim.
Swim in that icy water? What are you trying to do, sober me up?
It isn't so cold, Phil. I dove in myself this morning, didn't I, Rochester?
Yeah, but that quarter on the bottom of the pool turned out to be a bottle cap.
Well, the way the light hit it really fooled me. How about you, Don? Are you going in for a swim?
I don't know, Jack. The water in the pool seems awfully low.
Believe me, Don, when you get in, Mary and I will have to move to higher ground. Now, give me 40 cents for you and Phil.
Okay, here you are.
Thank you. Take those lockers, number 3 and 5 there on the end, fellas.
Okay, Jackson.
Well, 3 customers already. It isn't even noon yet. Oh, for Rochester. Rochester, what are you doing with that? Rochester, what are you doing with that chicken?
What's that, boy?
I said, what are you doing with that chicken?
I was just searching it to see if it had any cows.
Throw that bird over the fence.
Okay. So long, Lunch.
Rochester, if I told you once, I told you 10 times, don't annoy Mr. Coleman's chickens. If any of those hens are missing, he'll blame us.
That's what you said about his grapefruit, and he has yet to mention it.
Well, it so happens, Rochester, that the grapefruit hit the ground on my side of the fence.
Yes, sir. That cold shoot worked out fine.
Now, Rochester, if you don't... Well, here comes Dennis. Hello, kid.
Sorry I'm late, Mr. Benny. Are there many customers here?
No, only 3 so far.
Good. Then I'll have time for a dip in the pool first.
Dennis, if you read your contract with Benny Bathing Pool Incorporated, you will find that Clause B stipulates that you are to supply entertainment, whether our customers here or not. Now, let's have a song.
But, Mr. Benny, that contract also says that I'm supposed to be the lifeguard.
So what?
Well, gee, if I'm the lifeguard, I'd better learn to swim. I worry about things like that.
Look, kid, sing your song, bring in some customers. You can learn to swim later. Now, go ahead. Let's have your song.
The beat, beat, beat of the tom-tom when the jungle shadows fall, like the tick-tick-tock of the stately clock when it stands against the wall, like the drip-drip-drip of the raindrop when the summer shower is through. A voice within me keeps repeating, you, night and day, you are the one, only you beneath the moon and under the sun, whether near to me or far, it's no matter, darling, where you are, I think of you. Night and day and night, why the soul that is longing for you follows wherever I go. In the roaring traffic boom, or in the silence of my lonely room, I think of you. Night and day, under the hide of me, never know such a hungry yearning burning in
style is swell, Dennis. In fact, I want you to do that song on the program tomorrow.
Okay. Can I go in the pool now, Mr. Benny?
Yes, but don't dive in the shallow end. I've got rice planted there. You know? By the way, kid, I've been meaning to talk to you about something. I heard you on the Eddie Cantor program last week.
How was it? I wasn't home that night.
Well, naturally. Now, Dennis, who gave you permission to go on Cantor's program?
Orson Welles, that's who. Orson Welles!
Well, watch it, kid. Or from now on, you'll be working for Orson Welles. Now, go for a swim before you think that over. You know, I got a great idea, Mary. What my pool needs is a little glamour. Do you think you could get some of your girlfriends to come over?
Well, I don't know, Jack.
Sure you could. Call up Barbara Stanwyck and Ann Southern and Claudette Colbert and invite them over for a swim. Of course, I don't think I ought to charge them, do you?
Look, Jack, if you get those gals in your pool, you can bottle the water and sell it for $10 a quart.
Where can you get quarts nowadays? There's a shortage, sister. Well, what do you know? The sun is finally coming out.
Yeah, why don't you take off your galoshes and tan your tussies?
Mary, stop making fun of my ensemble, will you?
Uh-oh. Say, boss, here comes that crazy board of yours.
Rochester, how many times do I have to tell you that Mr. Billingsley is not crazy?
He ain't, hey? Did you see him at breakfast this morning?
No, what happened at breakfast?
He swallowed a raw egg and then drank boiling water for 3 minutes.
He was in a hurry, that's all. Well, hello, Mr. Billingsley.
Hello, Mr. Benny. One of the Bloomer girls, I see.
No, Mr. Billingsley. This is a bathing suit. I'm out here drinking in the sunshine.
Drinking in the sunshine. I'll get a bottle and join you.
No, you misunderstand. I mean, I'm out here getting a tan. Old Sal just came out.
Oh, yes, old Sal Wurzel. Been east, hasn't he?
Good old Sal. He'll love that one. I'll never get out of this. I better change the subject. By the way, Mr. Billingsley, I see you have your bathing suit on. Are you going for a plunge?
Oh, I'd love to, but I left my plunger at the Mocambo. Well, goodbye, Mr. Benny.
Goodbye.
Oh, she's living in Anaheim.
Good old Mr. Billingsley. By the way, Rochester, he's supposed to pay his board today. Did you collect it?
No, he said the money won't be dry till tomorrow.
That's my fault. I should never have given him that printing press for Christmas.
Hey, kids, get a load of Don and me in these bathing suits.
Yeah, don't we look like a couple of Adonises?
Don, you alone look like a couple of Adonises. Say, Phil, that's an unusual bathing suit for a man to be wearing. Where'd you get it?
Ain't it a beaut? Alice wore it in her last picture.
Alice Faye wore that suit? Somehow on you, Phil, it doesn't inspire me.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah, I'll never be elected Miss Brooklyn Navy Yard, would I?
No, but you might get runner-up on Miss Boyle Heights. Well, what are you waiting for, Don? Aren't you going to jump in the pool?
Oh, I don't think so, Jack. The water looks pretty
Oh,
cold.
come on, jump in, Don. Take a chance.
Come on, Dante. What are you waiting for? In you go.
Look out, Don. You've got to push it.
Oh, Phil, stop that. What are you... Oh, Phil, stop this.
Well, then, come on, jump in, jump in.
Okay, here I go. Oh, watch it, Mary, watch it.
Watch what?
Get up on the chair. Here comes a wave.
Ooh, that water's cold.
Well, here's 20 cents, Jack. I'm soaked to the skin.
Thank you. That water's got chlorine in it. I hope it didn't ruin my victory garden.
Your garden's all right. But say, Jack, what's Rochester putting up in the middle of it?
Where? Well, I'll be darned. Rochester, take that off.
But, boss.
Take that off the scarecrow.
But, boss, the crows here in Beverly Hills are very ritzy.
I don't care. Take my tuxedo off that scarecrow. Now take it off.
Your diamond sticks in, too?
Everything. I want that tuxedo. Suppose I win the Academy Award next year. What'll I wear to the banquet?
If you win the Academy Award, you can go in your underwear. Who else will be there?
Yeah, I'm liable to win the award for tomatoes alone. My garden keeps on the way it's going.
Oh, you're some farmer. You and your silly experiments.
Oh, they're not so silly.
Remember last year? You sprinkled cheese all over the ground and tried her face on rotten potato.
Sure, I sprinkled cheese. I had an idea. What are you giggling about?
Every other gardener around here had trouble with potato bugs, but you had mice.
All right, I still say it doesn't hurt to experiment.
Say, Mr. Benny, pardon me for interrupting, but would you
Just
mind
a minute, Dennis. You know, Mary, I wouldn't laugh about my garden if I were you. I might turn out to be another Luther Burbank.
Another who?
Burbank. Luther Burbank.
Oh, yeah, they named Glendale after him.
They named Burbank after him.
Oh, I guess I didn't analyze it.
You certainly didn't.
Say, Mr. Benny, speaking of horticulture experiments, are you going to try out that idea I gave you?
No, Rochester, no. I told you it would never work.
What was his idea, Jack?
Oh, Rochester wanted to irrigate the lemon trees with gin and grow Tom Collins. It would never have worked. Now, Dennis, what was it you started to ask me?
Well, can I phone my girlfriend and have her come over here for a swim? It's very important that I see her in a bathing suit.
Why do you have to see your girl in a bathing suit?
Well, there's a rumor going around that she's got knock knees, and I can't tell by listening.
What's your girl's name, Dennis?
Mary Bell Buzzer.
Mary Bell Buzzer. Oh, yes, she has got... bring her around, Dennis. Bring her around anytime.
Hey, Jackson, here comes your medico.
My what?
Your medico, that's doctor for Latin.
That's Latin for doctor. Well, hello, Doc.
Well, and how's my little patient? Shall we take that nasty cast off your leg today?
Look, Doctor, I had a cold, you cured me, and I feel fine. Now, how much do I owe you?
How much?
Yes. What's my bill?
Just a minute. Now, where did I put that hypodermic needle?
I don't need a hypodermic. I can take it like a man. Now, how much do I owe you?
Well, there was a prescription for cough medicine, which cost $2.
Uh-huh.
Then there were 3 sulfa tablets, which sold for 10 cents apiece.
Sulfa, that's $2.30 so far. What else?
You bit my thermometer in two while listening to the Fred Allen program. That's $1.25.
It was worth it. Now, what's the total, Doc?
Well, including 6 visits to your house, the whole thing comes to $45,000.
$45,000? Now, wait a minute, Doc. Aren't you starting a little high?
That's the only way I'll get $10, and you know it.
$10? Well, that's more like it. Now, I'll tell you what, Doc. This is the grand opening of my swimming pool today. Now, how'd you like to take a free swim and call the whole thing even?
Good. I'll dive right in now.
Hey, wait a minute, Doctor. Not there. That's the shallow end.
Whoop, bump my head.
Doctor, come out of there. Doctor, you're ruining my rice bed. Doctor, come out of... Rochester, put down that chicken. Doctor, come out of that pool. Rochester, put down that... Rochester! Doctor, Rochester!
And that, ladies and gentlemen, is exactly what happened yesterday at the grand opening of Jack's swimming pool.
That's right, Dom. My rice bed was ruined, but we had fried chicken for dinner. Play, Phil. love coffee, I love tea, played by Phil Harris and his boys, who have yet to drink coffee or tea out of anything but a saucer. I might even have said who have yet to drink either coffee or tea. But I've been sick and I'm sweet now. Yeah. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we have something of great interest to all of you. In a few moments...
You better be sweet.
What?
Look, Jackson, I don't care whether you've been sick or not. Lay off them wisecracks.
In a few moments, ladies and gentlemen...
From now on, be a gentleman. If you can't say something derogatory about my boys, don't say nothing.
Okay, I'll be derogatory. And now, ladies and
You
gentlemen...
don't even know what derogatory means.
Derogatory?
Derogatory means tending to or the nature of derogation, disparagement, or detraction.
Dennis, that's Don Wilson's line.
I thought there was something wrong here.
Folks, what other program has such bottlenecks? What a dodo.
Wait a minute, Jack. You don't appreciate Dennis. I think he's a very nice boy.
Sure, he's a nice boy, Mary, but he doesn't have to... Why, Loretta. Oh, for heaven's sake, Loretta Young, ladies and gentlemen. Well, we've been expecting you, Loretta, and folks, the few words that Miss Young has to say to us are of vital importance.
Thank you, Jack. Here's something I would like to ask everyone to think of. To think of when you go to bed tonight. Think of this as you lift the window and smell the night air and look out at the stars. Think of this. There are thousands of little shacks in the Philippines that are empty tonight. There are thousands of little cottages like yours in Yugoslavia, Greece, China, Russia, empty tonight. Where have all the people gone? Why didn't you know? They are dead. You are still alive. Your blood is warm. The face you love is there on the pillow in the dusk of the room. And everything is so quiet and still and beautiful. That's worth saving, isn't it? Others are dying in order to save it for you. Then is our country asking too much when it asks you to become a part of a second war loan? $13 billion for attack, for the invasion of Europe. How much can you spare? How much can you invest? How many war bonds can you buy today? Well, ask yourself those questions as you stand at your window tonight and smell the fresh, clean night air and look out at the stars.
Ordered in Drexel 7211.
What you've said has brought home to us the importance of buying war bonds. Thank you.
The Basic Seven. You're reading about them in the papers. You're hearing about them on the radio. The Basic Seven groups of foods which our new National Nutrition Program tells us we should all have every day. And featured in this Basic Seven are whole grain cereals. Cereals such as Grape Nuts Flakes. Yes, delicious toasty brown Grape Nuts Flakes are a whole grain cereal, the kind of food your government urges you to eat at least once a day. Every serving of Grape Nuts Flakes and milk provides whole grain nourishment, including minerals, proteins, vitamins, and carbohydrates. Besides, Grape Nuts Flakes are plentiful, thrifty, unrationed. So do as Uncle Sam urges you to do. Get the Basic Seven into your daily diet, including more whole grain cereals. And for tops and delicious flavor, make it Grape Nuts Flakes. Remember, you don't give up a single precious ration stamp when you buy Grape Nuts Flakes.
Good night, everybody.
The Jack Benny program is written by Bill Meyer and Ed Ballard.
Lady Esther presents the Screen Guild Players. The Screen Guild play tonight, Remember the Day. The starring players...
This is Loretta Young.
And this is Frank Chotone. Lady Esther presents the Screen Guild Players in a radio adaptation of the 20th Century Fox screen success, Remember the Day, from the story by Philo Higley and Philip Dunning, and starring Loretta Young as Nora Trinell and Francho Tone as Dan Hopkins. In the banquet room of Washington's Mayflower Hotel, political bigwigs are waiting for Dewey Roberts to speak, accepting his nomination as party candidate for the presidency of the United States. But while the politicians wait, Dewey Roberts sits in his hotel suite talking with an old friend, Nora Trinell, who was his schoolteacher back home in Indiana.
Remember the day you kept me after school and made me write, I beg your pardon, 500 times, Miss Trinell?
Very well, Dewey. That was the day I met Dan Hopkins. And we had our first argument.
I remember. You wanted to take the class to see a matinee of Midsummer Night's Dream. And Dan had us scheduled to play an important ball game.
27 years ago. And yet, when I close my eyes, I can still see Dan coming through that classroom door.
I beg your pardon. Are you Miss Trinell?
Yes?
I'm Dan Hopkins, one of your colleagues.
Oh, yes. How do you do?
Well, Miss Trinell, it seems we got our signals a little mixed.
Yes?
Yeah. You see, I've scheduled a very important baseball game for tomorrow afternoon.
Well, I'm afraid you'll have to postpone the game, Mr. Hopkins.
Oh, but that's impossible. Why don't you postpone your matinee?
Oh, but I can't. It's the only matinee they're playing.
Oh. Well, I'm afraid we're in the position of the irresistible force and the immovable object, aren't we?
I don't know how immovable an object you may be, Mr. Hopkins, but in this matter, I'm afraid that I'll have to be irresistible.
You are, in any matter.
Beg your pardon. Well, I think we really better let the principal decide this.
Now, wait a minute. Look, we're two grown, intelligent people.
Are we?
Well, what I mean is perhaps we ought to talk this over further without bringing Mr. Steele into it.
Did I hear you mention my name, Mr. Hopkins?
Well, in a way, yeah.
Oh, did you wish to see me about something?
Well, no. As a matter of fact, I didn't.
I do, Mr. Steele.
It wasn't anything of
importance.
importance.
I think it was.
Yes, Miss
Mr. Hopkins and I were having a little argument, Mr. Steele, and I thought perhaps you might be able to settle it.
It wasn't anything, really.
Go on, Miss Trinell.
Well, we were just arguing about whether or not this taxing of one's income is constitutional.
Oh. Well, you don't have to worry about that, Miss Trinell. The House of Representatives will never pass an income tax law.
Oh.
You see, that's exactly what I told you.
Thank you, both of you.
Oh, that's quite all right, Miss Trinell. I'm glad to see you and Mr. Hopkins taking such an interest in national issues. If you have any more questions, I'll be in my office.
Do you? Have any more questions?
No.
Well, if you think of any, I'll be waiting outside.
So instead of going to the matinee of Midsummer Night's Dream, we played the ball game. And I hurt my knee and was out of school for the rest of the term. I remember making a boat model and asking you to come to my house to see it.
May I see the boat model you made, Dewey?
Well, the boat's right over there in the mantel, Miss Trinell.
Why, Dewey.
I hope you don't think I was fresh, naming it the Miss Trinell.
Oh, it's just about the nicest thing that anyone ever did for me.
Gosh, you're beautiful, Miss Trinell.
Oh, you're practically overwhelming me with flattery, Dewey.
I'm sorry.
Oh, there's nothing to be sorry about. That was a very pretty compliment.
I certainly had a schoolboy crush on you, Miss Trinell. Incidentally, I still have that boat model, the Miss Trinell.
And I still have the one you made for me, the Mabel. That was the one that got Dan and me into such trouble.
Oh, yes, I remember. Something happened during your summer vacation.
Yes, at that time you were too young to understand what happened. Dan wanted me to spend my vacation at the same resort he was going to, but I was afraid someone might place the wrong construction on our spending the summer together. So I went with the other women teachers to what practically amounted to an old maid's home. After a couple of weeks, I was bored to death. And then one day, while I was hiking along a road, getting away from the incessant woman's chatter, Dan drove up.
Hello, Nora.
Dan!
I just happened to be staying at a lake about 210 miles from here, so I thought I'd drop over.
I'm so glad to see you, Dan.
I wondered if you'd like to go for a drive.
Well, will the drive take me away from here? To the place where you're spending your vacation?
Well, that's what I had in mind.
Well, that's exactly where I'd like to go.
Well, hop in.
Prince Charming.
Yes, Princess.
How did you know I was waiting to be rescued?
I'm psychic.
I'm glad you brought me here.
I suppose you know I'm in love with you. Did you hear what I said?
Mm-hmm.
What did I say?
You said you were in love with me.
Well, at least you were listening. Well, what have you to say about it?
Nothing except... Oh, Dan, are you sure?
Well, love isn't like a problem in arithmetic, Miss Trennell. Darling, you can't prove it. You're never sure of any of the answers.
Well, the lady at the hotel told me she'd like to see us married.
Well, her husband wouldn't.
Why not?
He's a businessman. When we're married, we'll only rent one room instead of two.
I think we'd better get back to the hotel. I want to send a postcard to Dewey Roberts.
Well, that's an idea. I think I'll send him one, too, just to remind him that school begins again next week. Mr. Steele, did you enjoy your vacation?
Yes, thank you.
You wish to see me?
Yes, Mr. Hopkins. Certain matters come to my attention.
Yes?
A delicate matter. One of great concern to me as principal of Auburn School.
Well, what is it, Mr. Steele?
Have you ever seen this postcard before?
Why, yes. I sent that to Dewey Roberts. It's a picture of the Mabel.
In my 23 years as principal of Auburn Grammar School, there has never been a tinge of scandal to smirch my record.
I'm afraid I don't follow you, Mr. Steele.
I'm asking you to resign today.
What?
Now. And if you refuse, I shall arrange for your immediate dismissal. We'll nip this thing in the bud before it gets beyond control.
Before what gets beyond control?
You admit you sent that card?
Well, certainly. What of it?
Here's a card sent by Miss Trennell, sent from the same place at approximately the same time of the same day.
Mr. Steele, where did you get these cards?
Oh, they fell into my hands quite by accident. Fortunately, no one else has seen them. But believe me, Mr. Hopkins, if the parents of the children of the school learn that you and Miss Trennell had spent the entire summer together, they tar and feather you and run you out of town.
Just what are you insinuating when you say spent the summer together?
You're missing the point, Mr. Hopkins. I'm not attempting to judge your moral conduct. Like myself, you're a teacher. You're in public life, and you must set an example. And I must make an example of you.
I see. Look, Mr. Steele, there's no one to blame in this matter but myself. I deliberately went where Miss Trennell was. Suppose I hand in my resignation. Wouldn't that be sufficient without causing her a lot of embarrassment? Why should she even have to know about it if, as you say, no one else knows but you?
I think that could be arranged, Mr. Hopkins.
Thank you, Mr. Steele. May I speak with you a moment, please, Miss Trennell?
Certainly. Class, read pages 36 to 41 inclusive. What is it, dear?
Well, you're beautiful, Nora. You never looked so beautiful.
Oh, Dan, did you call me out of class just to tell me that...
No. Stand there against the wall in case you faint. I've got something exciting to tell you.
Are you insane?
Only about you. Nora, let's start conquering new worlds.
Why, you're talking as if you're out of your head.
Well, I'm happy, that's all. Come on, have you got the nerve?
Got the nerve for what?
To quit school and marry me right now, this minute.
Oh, but Dan, I'm teaching here.
Well, resign.
Oh, Dan, we're two responsible people. We can't just pass up duties and obligations because we want to.
I have.
Oh, no, Dan.
Oh, yes, Nora.
Oh, but Dan, we should have talked it over first. What did Mr. Steele say?
Oh, he fussed and blustered around, but he finally saw it my way.
Dan, there's something wrong.
No, Nora, it's right. Absolutely right, but you're right, too. It would be silly for both of us to pick up and leave at the same time.
Oh, when are you leaving?
Now.
Are you sure you're not keeping something from me?
Now, what could I possibly want to keep from
Well,
you,
I don't
Carl?
know. It's just that I've never seen you quite like this before.
I've never seen me like this either. But I'll be back soon. I hope, and I'll put rings on your fingers and bells on your toes.
Oh, darling, I love you so.
That's the way to talk. No, don't come down to the door with me. Just stand there on the landing. Let me fill my eyes with you just as you are, Miss Trunell. Well, smile. Just a little. I'll always remember you like that. Goodbye.
Goodbye. Goodbye. Dan. Dan! Oh, I knew there was something wrong.
So the curtain falls on the first act of Remember the Day, starring Francho Tone and Loretta Young. Before we hear Act 2, a word from our hostess, Lady Esther.
One of the greatest dancers this world has ever seen was Anna Pavlova. But at one time, a tragic experience almost ruined her career. She was giving 2 concerts in a faraway city. The first night, she looked gloriously young and vibrant. But the next night, she seemed old and haggard. Here's what happened. By mistake, the wrong colored spotlight was thrown on her. Instantly, she looked 20 years older. The audience whispered, "My, how old Pavlova looks." The right light was immediately switched on, but the damage was done. Everyone in that audience believed Pavlova had grown old. You know, certain shades of face powder, like certain colored spotlights, can make any woman look older. I just hope that you aren't the innocent victim of an unflattering shade of powder. Color specialists say that the wrong shade of powder can put years on your face, and the right shade can make you look years younger. Now, I'd like to tell you, if I could, which is the right shade for you, but I can't. Nobody can do that. There's only one way to find out. You must try the 9 basic shades of face powder right on your own skin. You must look in your mirror and let your own eyes decide which shade is the most flattering to you. Of course, it would be very costly for you to buy 9 different boxes of face powder, but you really don't have to. Just send me your name and address on the back of a penny postcard, and by return mail, you will receive free 9 different shades of my face powder. All the address you need is Lady Esther, Chicago.
And now we raise the curtain on Act 2 of Remember the Day, starring Loretta Young as Nora Trinell and Francho Tone as Dan Hopkins. In the banquet room, the politicians are still waiting for Dewey Roberts, while Dewey continues reminiscing with Nora Trinell.
When Mr. Hopkins left town so unexpectedly, it certainly gave Auburn a scandal to talk about, Miss Trinell.
Oh, yes. Mr. Steele's secretary had overheard just enough of his conversation with Dan to start a torrent of malicious gossip. And the story of Dan's leaving town because of an affair he was having with a girl named Mabel, well, it had so many seemingly authentic points that even I almost believed it. Until you came to my schoolroom one afternoon. Come in.
I waited until after school to bring you this, Miss Trinell. I think it's the best boat model I ever made.
Well, thank you, Dewey. It's lovely.
Do you recognize the Mabel?
Mabel?
Yeah, I copied it from the picture postcards you sent me. Your card was perfect for the beam, and I got the side view for Mr. Hopkins' picture.
Mr. Hopkins' picture?
Yeah, he sent me a picture of the Mabel, too.
The Mabel? Why, of course, Dewey, it was the Mabel, wasn't it?
Huh?
Oh, Dewey. Dewey, did you show these picture postcards to anyone?
Only Mr. Steele.
Only Mr. Steele.
Oh, he has to borrow them.
Oh, thank you, Dewey. You're a darling. I'll keep the Mabel always.
Is this night letter
there, Mr. Nell?
No. Full rate telegram.
You got more than 10 words, you know. Nightlight'll get there first thing in the morning.
Dan drives fast.
Mr. Dan Hopkins, Engineers Club, Chicago, Illinois. Dan, my darling, you are such a dear, gallant fool. I love you, I love you, I love you, I love you, Nora. You could cut out this last love you. You've already said it 3 times, you know. Love Nora means the same thing as I love you, I love you, I love you, I love you, I love you.
No, send it just as it is, please. You see, it's a secret code.
Oh, say.
Mr. Hopkins got some sort of an engineering job with a Chicago firm after he left Auburn, didn't he, Miss Trinnell?
Yes, Dewey. We were going to be married the next June as soon as school was out. Dan's company was sending him to Honduras, and the trip was going to be our honeymoon. But on the day before Christmas, 1916, Dan returned to Auburn unexpectedly as Lieutenant Hopkins of the Royal Canadian Engineers.
Nora.
Darling! Oh, darling, what are you doing in that uniform?
Well, I expect to do my bit.
Oh, I knew something would happen. Everything was too perfect to last.
Oh, darling, have a little confidence in me. Why, with me in this war, it'll be over in 6 months. It'll have to be. I have a very important date in June. Now, don't cry, darling.
No, I won't.
Now, look, I have 2 whole weeks before I have to report.
2 weeks?
2 whole weeks.
Dan, will you marry me right now?
Why, Miss Trinnell, this is so sudden.
And for our honeymoon, we'll go to the same resort where we spent our vacation.
Well, after 10 hours, what's your opinion of marriage, Mrs. Hopkins?
I think no family should be without one.
Reactionary.
Yeah.
You know, I've come to the conclusion that we're 2 of the nicest people I ever knew.
Oh, you may be, but I'm not.
Well, I won't argue with you. Anyway, you're beautiful.
No, definitely not. That's just your male ego. A woman thinks his wife has to be beautiful because he picked her.
I still say you're beautiful.
Now, if anybody in our family is beautiful, darling, it's you.
You think so?
Yes.
Well, if you insist. Yeah, I guess you're right.
Oh, darling, I love you so. I'm going to be so terribly, terribly lonesome. Stop the world, Dan. Please stop the world. It stopped. Thank you, dear.
It can't stand still indefinitely, Nora.
No, I know I can't, but let's try to forget it. There's so much I still have to know about you. Oh, all the things that happened to you when you were a child.
Oh, there was nothing unusual. Mumps, measles. Say, I thought I told you weren't to cry.
I'm not crying, darling. Oh, I'm so sorry, darling. I wanted to be brave and gay and amusing to make it easy for you to leave when our time was up, but I can't. I'm selfish. You've given me the world, Dan, and I want to keep it.
Keep it from me, too, dear.
Dan, I don't want you to go away.
You wouldn't want me not to go.
No, of course I wouldn't, but... Am I enjoying my misery, darling?
You're braver than I am.
No, I'm not. I'm frightened. I'm frightened at the thought of being alone. Well, I suppose in the end we all have to stand alone.
You won't be alone. I'll be back. You can bank on that. I'll always be with you.
Of course you will.
Say, why should we waste our honeymoon worrying about my going to France?
Yes, it does seem silly, doesn't it? After all, it's the only honeymoon we'll ever have.
Oh, you're wrong there, Mrs. Hopkins. As soon as this war's over, we're going to start on a honeymoon that'll last us the rest of our lives.
Oh, I'm sure of that, Dan. Those 2 weeks that Dan and I had together were glorious, Dewey. But they ended too soon. We went back to Auburn, but almost before we knew it, the day for Dan's departure arrived. He didn't want me to go to the station with him for fear we'd cry. So I kissed him goodbye and walked over to your house. You'd been acting strangely from the time Dan returned to Auburn, and though I didn't connect the two, I was anxious to learn what was wrong with my favorite pupil.
I was just lovesick. I remember Steve Hill and I had quite a battle when Steve said Mr. Hopkins had been forced to resign from school and leave town because he'd gotten into some sort of a mix-up with you. Then when I walked into your classroom one afternoon and saw you kissing Mr. Hopkins, the only thing I could think of was to leave town and go to another school.
Yes, I remember. You were packing when I reached your house, and your mother directed me to your room.
May I come in, Dewey? Can if you want to.
Oh, how wonderful, Dewey. You're first, aren't they?
They're just long pants, that's all.
I wouldn't let you go away without saying goodbye. Weren't you coming to say goodbye to me?
Nope.
Dewey, what's happened?
What's happened to what?
To our old friendship.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Well, if you don't want to tell me, it's quite all right. Goodbye, Dewey. I wanted to wish you luck. So much luck.
Great guns, you don't have to be nice to me. Go ahead and laugh at me.
I'm not laughing, Dewey.
Anyway, you can tell him and have a lot of fun.
Dewey, my grandfather, the ship's captain that I've told you so much about, he used to say that when you run afoul of dirty weather and there's the chance that you may founder, spill your cargo. It's the ship that counts.
Well, I couldn't help it. The fellas were talking about you and Mr. Hopkins. That's what I fought Steve Hill about.
Oh.
Then I went up to your classroom to tell you I was sorry. And I saw him kissing you.
Oh, Dewey, so that's it. I wonder what I should tell you. I'd like you to understand.
You don't have to tell me anything.
The way you're feeling now will pass, Dewey, believe me. I know how awful it is when people and things disappoint you. It hurts. It hurts to find out the people you love are not stars, but just human beings made of flesh and blood. And that's the way people are, and those are the things that we learn as we grow up. I love Mr. Hopkins, and he loves me. But, Dewey, my love for him hasn't changed my affection for you. Oh, it's hard to grow up, but you mustn't let anything or anyone throw you off your course, because, you see, in the end, Dewey, you'll have to stand by yourself anyway.
Gee, Mr. Nell, don't cry. Because if you cry, I'll cry.
I'm trying awfully hard not to, Dewey. You know something? I'll tell you a secret. Each year, there's someone in the class who stands out. Someone whom the teacher counts on and loves as though that child were her own. You're one of those few, Dewey. So you mustn't let me down. Will you remember that?
Yes'm.
And you'll remember me, too, a little?
Of course, Mr. Nell. Mr. Nell, would you come to the station with me?
Oh, no, I couldn't do that. Mr. Hopkins is leaving on that train.
Oh, please. Just sort of be there to wave. That way I could never forget.
Well, all right, Dewey. I'll be there.
Nora, what are you doing here?
Oh, I couldn't help it, Dan. Dewey Roberts wanted me to come down and wave goodbye to him. He's going away, too.
Well, we'll both be back.
Of course you will, darling.
In a way, of course, I won't even be leaving. I'll be with you every minute.
Oh, wherever I go, whatever I do, you'll be with me always.
All aboard!
Well, Au revoir, darling. Au revoir.
Au revoir, darling. Smile. Smile. Yeah. That's better. Much better.
All aboard!
Well, I guess he really means it this time. I'd better get aboard. So long, Nora. So long.
I'll never forget that, Mr. Nell. Boy, was I proud to be riding with Mr. Hopkins because he was in uniform. By the way, what's happened? What's Mr. Hopkins doing now?
He didn't come back from France.
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't know. Does that mean you're alone now?
Alone? Why, I'm never alone, Dewey. Wherever I go or whatever I do, I have a crowd of memories to keep me company. Why, I remember the day.
Thank you, Loretta Young and Francho Tone, for appearing with the Lady Esther Screen Guild players tonight.
Well, that was our pleasure, Truman. You see, the Motion Picture Relief Fund, which benefits from these programs, is very important to all of us in the industry.
Indeed it is, Francho. We're all vitally interested in the Motion Picture Relief Fund and the country house which it supports. And now, here's a word from one of our best-known beauty authorities, Lady Esther.
Thank you, Miss Young. In the early part of this program, I offered to send free to every woman who is listening 9 different shades of Lady Esther face powder. Did you ever stop to think that maybe the shade you're now using is not exactly the right shade for you? Well, here's your chance to find, once and for all, the shade of powder that is most flattering to your skin. The shade that makes you look your youngest and loveliest. When you receive your gift, try on one of the shades, for example, Rochelle. Look at yourself in the mirror and ask yourself, is this the shade for me? Is this my lucky shade? Then remove the Rochelle and try on another shade. Try them all, one after another. When you come to the shade that's right for you, you'll know it the instant you put it on your skin. Your own eyes will tell you that at last you've found the shade that makes your skin look fresher and smoother, that makes you look younger. So just send me your name and address on the back of a penny postcard, and you will receive all 9 shades of Lady Esther face powder. My address is Lady Esther, Chicago. I'm sorry, but government restrictions will not permit me to make this offer in Canada.
Before we hear about next week's show, Loretta Young has a special word from our government. Miss Young.
Our government has made it easy for you to see that your family gets the right variety of foods. In your grocery or market, there's a chart showing the basic 7. The 7 types of food we need for proper diet. For example, there's one group, including oranges, tomatoes, grapefruit, raw cabbage, and salad greens. You need at least one of these foods for your food every day. So, ladies, consult the basic 7 chart in the store, and for the good health of your family, as one more contribution toward winning the war, plan your meal to include every type of food you should have every day. Thank you.
Next week, the Lady Esther Screen Guild players will present Tennessee Johnson, starring Ruth Hussey, Lionel Barrymore, and Gary Cooper. Be sure to listen. Loretta Young is currently being seen in China. Francho Tone's latest picture release is 5 Graves to Cairo, both Paramount Productions. Music on tonight's program was arranged and conducted by Wilbur Hatch. To save materials, buy the larger size of Lady Esther face cream. Truman Bradley speaking for Lady Esther, saying thank you and good night.
This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Suspense. Autolite and its 96,000 dealers present Miss Loretta Young in Lady Killer, a suspense play produced and edited by William Spear.
Say, Wilcox, did I ever tell you about the time I plugged a buffalo?
No, Remingchester shotgun, but have I told you about the sensational wide gap Autolite resistor spark plugs?
You mean there's something special about Autolite resistor spark plugs?
Why, wide gap Autolite resistor spark plugs are the newest addition to the complete line of regular, transport, aviation, marine, resistor, and model spark plugs. Ignition engineered by Autolite.
You're sure plugging tonight, Wilcox.
Built right into every wide gap Autolite resistor spark plug is an exclusive 10,000 ohm Autolite resistor. that makes practical a wider initial gap setting with advantages that have long been recognized by automotive engineers. For example, you get smoother performance on leaner gas mixtures, greater gas savings, quicker starts in cold temperatures, even double life as compared to spark plugs without the built-in resistor. So, friends, see your friendly Autolite spark plug dealer tomorrow and replace worn-out spark plugs with ignition-engineered Autolite spark plugs. Whether you choose the resistor type or the regular type, you'll be right, because you're always right with Autolite.
And now, with Lady Killer and the performance of Loretta Young, Autolite hopes once again to keep you in suspense.
Flight 175 to Morningside and Capital City, now loading at Gate 3. Will passengers please board the plane?
Is this the right plane for Capital City, stewardess?
Yes, sir. Name, please.
Benton, Grant Benton.
Take any seat, Mr. Benton.
I have a horror of getting in the wrong plane someday and winding up in Tibet. Things like that happen to me.
Well, it's not very likely this time. Your name is on the passenger list.
So it is. That won't keep me from worrying, though.
Name, please.
Nordlinger. Miss Nordlinger.
You can leave your coat with me if you like, Miss Nordlinger.
I guess that would be better. Here you are.
Take any seat, Miss Nordlinger.
Thank you, stewardess.
It's the best way to travel up here.
You can't date a stewardess. Company rule.
I beg your pardon. Is this seat taken?
As a matter of fact, Miss Nordlinger, I was saving it for you.
You know me?
We've never met, but we travel in the same circle. Don't I look at all familiar?
No. But how do you do?
Sit down, fasten your safety belt, have a pillow. Stick of gum? Fetch a blanket?
Well, I'll settle for the gum.
Here you are.
Thank you.
If you chew gum when you're up in the air, it relieves pressure on the ears.
Oh.
Why it relieves pressure in the ears, I haven't the vaguest notion.
Do you always babble on like this?
Pretty near always, though sometimes...
Miss Nordlinger.
Oh, yes? Yes, stewardess.
This telegram just arrived for you.
Oh, thank you. Thank you very much.
We'll be taking off in a few minutes, so if you want to send an answer...
Oh, no. I'm sure an answer won't be necessary, stewardess.
I'll tell the boy not to wait.
Thank you.
Aren't you going to open the telegram, Miss Nordlinger? I promise not to peek, or at most only a little bit.
I can't open it. You see, I'm not Miss Nordlinger.
I'm sort of on the dull-witted side.
Well, the flight was booked solid, but I came out to the airport hoping there'd be a cancellation. And just before the passengers started to get on board, a woman came up to me and offered to sell me a ticket.
How'd she know you wanted one?
Well, she overheard me talking to the clerk at the reservation desk.
So?
Well, it would have taken extra time to have the ticket validated in my own name, so I decided to use hers. This telegram complicates things.
What's your real name, deceitful woman?
Lincoln. Peg Lincoln. Miss Peg Lincoln. And I didn't deceive you. I deceived the stewardess. You just happened to have your ears flapping when I told her my name was Nordlinger.
Now then, Miss Lincoln, would you mind telling me why you let me go on with all that bilge about traveling in the same circle?
Well, you were trying to pick me up, and I thought I'd better help out a little.
That's what I liked about the modern woman. So shy and retiring, it's like Mata Hari.
Well, after all, it's a 2-hour trip to Capital City. Dear, I wish I knew what to do about this telegram.
Didn't the Nordlinger woman give you an address?
No, she didn't. I gave her mine, but she was in such a hurry to get away.
It's too late to do anything anyway. We're taking off.
Oh, that's funny. I feel dizzy all at once.
Nonsense. We're still on the ground.
Oh.
Just your imagination. Miss Lincoln.
Oh, it's so stuffy in here. I'm awfully sick.
Stewardess, don't let the plane take off. There's someone sick here.
Feels like poison. Sick? Oh, brother, was I sick. When I came to in the hospital after a nightmare in which stomach pumps seemed to be reoccurring, I was told that I could thank my handsome seatmate for the fact that I was still alive. He stopped the flight, carried me off the plane, and raced me into the hospital. Furthermore, he had engaged a private nurse and had telephoned every hour until assured that the danger was over. I bounced back fast. Next morning found me weak as a kitten, but sufficiently recovered to leave the hospital. The bubbling Mr. Benton was waiting to drive me home.
So we bid a reluctant farewell to Rosemont Hospital, to its unsmiling nurses with their picturesque thermometers, to the pungent, unforgettable aroma of chloroform that lingers in its halls. Miss Lincoln. Miss Lincoln.
Oh, yes?
Are you sure you didn't die?
I'm sorry. My mind was on something else.
Miss Lincoln, or may I call you Peg?
Let's keep it at Miss Lincoln for a while, Mr. Benton.
I wish we read the same books.
Meaning?
The books I read, a fellow saves the girl's life, she falls all over him.
Yes?
The ones you read, it's let's keep it at Miss Lincoln for a while.
Maybe I should explain. I am an insurance investigator. And insurance investigators get to be pretty good at spotting phonies. I think you're a phony.
Well, aren't you sweet?
Not very.
You know what I'd do if you were drowning right now? I'd throw rocks at you.
I don't doubt it.
A cryptic remark. I love cryptic remarks.
Did Dr. Shiflin happen to mention what I nearly died of?
He said it had some of the symptoms of food poisoning.
Suppose I told you I never eat for 12 hours before traveling.
I'd say you must have had something. Contaminated water, maybe.
Or maybe a stick of poisoned chewing gum to relieve the pressure on my ears, eh?
If you're getting at what I think you're getting
I
at...
am.
Do you know I canceled an important business trip just to make sure you were okay? Why, you'd be at the embalmers right now if I hadn't
Sure, I would. You did some expert diagnosing, all right. A little too expert for a man who hadn't had any medical training.
Don't look now, but you're losing your mind. Now, look, why would I want to poison a girl I'd never seen before, never had anything to do with?
That's what Dr. Shiflin asked.
You mean you ran off with the mouth to him?
I pointed out that the poison may have been meant for the woman whose ticket I bought. It's too late to make any poison tests, but to be on the safe side, Dr. Shiflin decided to check on you. He called Chief of Police Longman.
Oh, that must have been good. Ray Longman and I used to trade tricycles.
Oh, the chief rates you high, all right. Above suspicion was the phrase he used.
But you're still not sold.
I was for a while, but just after I got into your car, I found this unopened telegram in my pocket.
Isn't that the one that was delivered to you aboard the plane? The one addressed to that Nordlinger woman?
Yes.
Well, what about it?
Well, it wasn't in my pocket when I left the hospital 10 minutes ago.
You just didn't notice, that's all.
Want to look at a copy of the hospital receipt I signed for the personal articles returned to me? You'll find everything else on it. No telegram, though.
An oversight.
Oh, hospitals don't make oversight.
Would you mind running through the whole plot for me? I'm a little hazy as to my motives.
All right. You poisoned me thinking I was the Nordlinger woman. Fortunately for me, you discovered the mistake in time to correct it.
Well, for a murderer, I certainly am careless.
However, you wanted to look at the telegram, so you stole it. Probably as you carried me out of the plane. You read it, and then you resealed the envelope, and then met me at the hospital, hoping to slip it back into my pocket before I missed it.
You've got the telegram right there. Open it up. Maybe we can put an end to this fairy tale.
Thank you, no. I'd rather wait till I find the Nordlinger woman. She's still alive.
Well, then I'll open it for you.
Here, give that back to me, please.
Have a nice trip, love. It's signed Aunt Ellen. Well, that's in my gang's secret code. That means boatload of stolen jewels ready to sail at dawn for what cheer, Iowa.
Thoughtful of you to rip the envelope so I couldn't check the resealing.
How can you be suspicious of somebody so charming?
The Chief of Police knows what's on my mind. If anything happens to me, it'll take more than that charm of yours to keep the badge boys off your neck.
But I do have charm. That we're agreed on.
Oh, yes. But you're wasting it on me. Next one is my apartment building. Oh, look out! Look out for that girl crossing the street! Look out!
See if you can swallow this water, please.
Oh. What happened?
Oh, it's me, Jack, the elevator operator. Oh, gee, you had me scared.
Oh, Jack, how did I
carried you into the apartment lobby.
Oh?
I guess you're still weak from the hospital because you fainted after the accident.
Oh. Where's Mr. Benton? The man who was driving the car. Where is he?
Police headquarters. They want you to report in, too, whenever you're feeling better.
And the girl was killed?
Yeah. Gee, it was awful.
Oh, dead?
Yes, Miss Lincoln. It was so awful. Friend of yours, too, huh?
No, I'd never...
Gee, she was just leaving here when the car hit her. She was asking for you.
Who was she?
Well, I wrote her name down. It's in my pocket somewhere. Yeah, here it is.
Patricia Smythe. I don't know any Patricia Smythe.
Well, she said it was important to get in touch with you.
Oh. Jack, did it strike you that Mr. Benton, the driver, could have avoided that accident by yanking the wheel the other way, perhaps?
Well, I was reading the financial page when it happened. I didn't see nothing.
Oh.
But anything you want me to swear to, though, Miss Lincoln?
No, never mind, Jack. Call me a cab, will you?
Oh, Miss Lincoln, you're sick. You ought to be in bed.
Now, look here. Something tells me I'll stay a lot healthier if I get to the telegraph office right away.
I'm sorry. Now, what was that message again, miss?
It was addressed to Kate Nordlinger at the municipal airport.
And the message?
Have a nice trip. Love, Aunt Ellen.
Uh-huh. No, not sent from this office. Might I see the telegram?
Certainly. Here it is.
Why, this thing is fake, miss.
Are you sure?
It's a regulation form, all right, and the message is pasted on in strips, but, well, look how different the type is from one of ours.
Yes, I see. Well, was any telegram sent to Kate Nordlinger at the airport?
You're Miss Nordlinger?
Yes, I am.
Well, I can look it up in a minute.
Thank you. That'll be fine.
Mm-hmm. Just a minute here. I think I can find it right away. Oh, yes. Here's one. Let's see. It reads, on your return, we'll contact you at Hotel Ludwig. It's signed Patricia Smythe.
Patricia Smythe?
S-M-Y-T-H-E.
What was the name of that hotel?
The Ludwig, Hotel Ludwig. Right there, right across the street.
Oh, yes. Well, thank you very much. You've been very helpful.
You're quite welcome.
Good afternoon, Hotel Ludwig. Just a moment. I'll connect you.
May I help you, miss?
Yes, if you would. Ring Miss Kate Nordlinger's room and tell her that Miss Lincoln would like to see her for a moment. It's important.
Whose room did you say?
Miss Nordlinger's.
Oh, I'm sorry, but we have no Miss Nordlinger registered at the Ludwig.
Well, I was sure she was staying here.
A friend of yours, miss?
Why do you ask that?
Well, it seemed a natural sort of question.
Well, not to me, it didn't. Why do you want to know she's a friend of mine?
No reason. No reason at all. I'm just making conversation.
Well, make a little more conversation, will you? Did you ever have a Kate Nordlinger registered here?
Well, yes, but she's not with us any longer.
When did she leave?
Last night.
Oh, why didn't you tell me that before?
I didn't think it important.
Yes, you did, or you'd have mentioned it. Where'd she go?
I don't know. Why
are you so scared?
I'm not scared. It's the manager's orders we're not supposed to talk to reporters.
Oh, now what makes you think I'm a reporter?
Well, who else would ask questions the way you do?
An insurance investigator.
Oh.
Here are my credentials. Now, what's this all about?
Well, you'll have to promise to keep it confidential,
of course.
miss. Thanks to the cooperation of the police, there's been nothing about it in the papers, and we'd like to keep it that way. Such things are bad publicity for the hotel.
What do you mean, such things?
Well, suicides.
Oh.
Last night, Kate Nordlinger threw herself out the window on the 14th floor.
Autolite is bringing you Loretta Young in Lady Killer, tonight's production in radio's outstanding theater of thrills, Suspense.
About that buffalo, Wilcox, I bagged him with a set of wide-gap Autolite resistor spark plugs.
Remingchester, that's a spark plug story, all right. But motorists everywhere can tell you stories about the money-saving advantages of wide-gap Autolite resistor spark plugs. The newest addition to the complete line of spark plugs, ignition-engineered by Autolite.
You should have seen the difference, Wilcox.
Difference? Why, there's an exclusive 10,000-ohm Autolite resistor built right into every Autolite resistor spark plug that permits a wider initial gap setting, with advantages like smoother performance, greater gas savings, quicker starts in cold weather, even double life as compared to spark plugs without the built-in resistor.
I've always say...
So, friends, ask your friendly Autolite spark plug dealer to replace worn-out spark plugs with a set of ignition-engineered Autolite spark plugs. And whether you choose the resistor type or the regular type, you'll be right, because you're always right with Autolite.
And now, Autolite brings back to our Hollywood soundstage our star, Loretta Young, as Peg Lincoln, with Larry Dobkin as Grant Benton in Lady Killer, a tale well calculated to keep you in suspense.
Come in.
Hello, Miss Lincoln. Taking over Kate Nordlinger's room as well as her name? How about a stick of chewing gum?
No, thanks, Mr. Benton. I thought you were at police headquarters.
The police didn't keep me long. Oh. It was obviously an accident, so...
Obviously?
Look here, Miss Lincoln. My car hit a girl and killed her. It was her own fault, but that doesn't make me feel any better about it. I could do without the cracks.
Oh. What are you doing here?
I just happened to be leaving my room as you walked into this one.
Oh, that was convenient.
I thought I recognized you, and so...
You live at this hotel?
Certainly, when I'm in town.
I see.
Or did you think I just dropped by to push Kate Nordlinger out the window?
So you know about that?
The chief of police is a friend of mine, remember?
Oh, yes, that's right.
Me living on the same floor as the woman who committed suicide, he thought maybe I could help with some background information.
But you couldn't, of course.
No, I couldn't.
Uh-huh.
Believe it or not, I never once laid eyes on the woman.
Oh.
And it wasn't until I saw you walk in here that I connected her name with the name on the telegram.
Well, I had better be going now.
You think I'm lying, don't you?
No, not necessarily. Please don't come one step closer, Mr. Benton.
Miss Lincoln.
One step closer and I start screaming.
Take it easy. I'm not coming any closer.
I won't try to kid you. I'm scared of you. Really scared. I'm going out of that door now. And don't you move.
This is absurd.
So much as lift a finger and I'll yell my head off. I'm scared, I tell you. And I kept running until I was out of sight of the hotel. At police headquarters, I suppose I looked just like any other psychopath with the persecution complex. But I was stubborn about it. Finally, I got in to see the chief of police himself. Ray Longman, his name was. Surprisingly young for his job, middle 30s, I should say. Good-looking, patient, and reasonable. But when I told him of my experiences with the charming Mr. Benton, he laughed out loud. Why, Grant Benton was his best friend. The whole thing was impossible. In the first place, there was no connection between the deaths of the two women. Patricia Smythe, the girl in the automobile accident, had been a clerk at the police department. The chief had known her well. Kate Nordlinger had held a private detective's license for 5 years prior to her suicide, as he kept calling it. So far as anyone knew, the two women had never even seen each other. It wasn't until then that I mentioned the fake telegram.
Mm-hmm. Well, I tell you what I'll do, Miss Lincoln. I'll check with the telegraph company, and if anything develops, I'll get in touch with you later.
Get in touch with me later?
I know. You're taking all this very seriously.
Oh, what am I supposed to do? Sit around like a duck in a shooting gallery until you decide
You tell me you're an insurance investigator.
That's
you
right.
know court procedure. Would you, under oath, swear that Grant Benton deliberately drove into Patricia Smythe and killed her?
Well,
under oath.
Well, no, I couldn't, but... Well, I know he did it deliberately. But I couldn't swear to it, if that makes any sense.
It does. In order to swear to it, you'd have to know exactly what went on in his mind at that moment.
Well, that's all very well and good, but don't you see that...
there's nothing to link Grant Benton with the Nordlinger woman's suicide. And that brings us to the so-called attempts on your life. Would you care to press charges?
Well, I can't prove anything.
So where does that leave us?
It leaves you thinking that your best friend is the victim of a few embarrassing coincidences. And it leaves me thinking that...
That the chief of police is just a big, dumb flatfoot being taken in by a pal?
Which is exactly what I did think. But I felt pretty sick when I left his office. I went back to my apartment and locked the door and moved a dresser behind it, but well, even that didn't give me any feeling of security. I couldn't find anything else to do but pace the living room floor, so I paced and I paced and I paced. And finally, late in the afternoon... Hello?
Miss Lincoln?
Yes?
This is the chief of police, Ray Longman.
Oh, yes.
I checked with the telegraph company. Your
Yes?
story's on the level.
I already knew that.
Yeah. Well, there are a couple of other developments I'd like to tell you about. Could you come out to my home tonight after dinner?
Why, yes, I guess so.
Grant Benton will be there.
Oh. Well, now look here.
Please. It's important.
I wrote down the street directions, and there were a lot of them because the chief's home was in the secluded hill section on the outskirts of town. When I arrived there, my insides were doing push-ups. But I was calm enough on the inside, I hoped.
Ah, Miss Lincoln.
Oh, good evening, Chief.
I was half expecting you to be late. Most people have trouble finding my house.
Well, I started early.
Won't you sit down?
Thank you.
Take the easy chair.
Oh, thank you.
Grant should be arriving any moment. I want you to understand that, well, I'm not out to trick him into a confession or anything. It's, well, I'm hoping that the three of us can talk things out. The situation's become uncomfortable all around.
Well, it's Benton being your best friend. I can see where this is rather awkward for you, but...
Awkward? You know what happened this afternoon?
No, what?
Grant walked in on me just as I was testing this typewriter to see if the print checked with the print on the fake telegram.
Oh?
I felt like Benedict Arnold.
I'm sorry. Did the print check?
No. Now I know what they mean by one-track mind.
There are other typewriters.
Oh, that must be Grant now. Now, you can take my word for it, Miss Lincoln. There's no need to be frightened.
All right.
Good girl. Come in, Grant.
Thank you, Ray. Well, what a handsome couple you two make. Our forthright young chief of police and the lovely lady who was only recently voted Miss Unbridled Imagination of 1950.
All right, that's enough, Grant. Sit over there and behave yourself.
Oh, now then, Miss Lincoln, to business. What can I do for you?
Chief Longland thinks you can convince me you're innocent. I have reservations.
On what plane? Where would you like me to begin?
Let's start with a fake telegram. Explain that away.
You're starting with a butte. It's the one thing I can't explain. I haven't the faintest idea why it was done or who did it.
But you didn't.
No. Won't you even try to believe me?
Yes, I'll try. I'll even concede it was an accident when your car killed Patricia Smythe.
Are you willing to believe that blonde Miss... whatever her name was, committed suicide?
Kate Nordlinger?
Mm-hmm.
How did you know she was a blonde?
I read it in the paper with my big blue eyes.
The whole thing was kept out of the newspapers, and you told me that you'd never laid eyes on her.
Pardon me for interrupting, Miss Lincoln, but I questioned Grant right after the suicide. At the time, I probably mentioned that the Nordlinger woman was blonde.
You did, Chief. I distinctly remember.
Don't let him talk you into it, Chief. For heaven's sake, open your eyes. He's it. The explanation fits.
What explanation?
Well, can't you see? Patricia Smythe worked as a clerk in your office and happened on some information that incriminated our friend here. There was no sense her telling you about it. You were too fond of Benton to believe it anyhow. So she went to Kate Nordlinger, a private detective, and they worked together on the case. Benton found out what was going on. When he learned that Miss Nordlinger was taking a plane to Capital City in order to talk to the state's attorney, he decided to act. He'd seen Patricia Smythe around police headquarters plenty of times. But the Nordlinger woman he only knew by name, which is how he came to give me the poison by mistake, don't you see?
I apologize, Grant. I thought Miss Lincoln understood this was to be a friendly meeting.
Girls will be girls.
But listen, Chief. That's all I ask. Just listen.
Very well. Go ahead.
Well, through the telegram, Benton learned that Kate Nordlinger was staying at the Hotel Ludwig. That night while I was at the hospital, he killed her. He pushed her out of our window. And later he recognized Patricia Smythe coming out of my apartment building. She'd come to warn me of what I was getting mixed up in. And he murdered her. He ran her down with his automobile.
Now, really, Miss Lincoln, your logic...
Never mind, Ray. She's right. I've made a couple of slips, and the entire Supreme Court couldn't shake her loose now. Very well, Miss Lincoln, if it makes you any happier, I killed both women. You have the dubious honor of having proved your point.
You'll still be trying for laughs when they strap you in, won't you?
They're not strapping me. If you care to glance at our forthright chief of police, you'll notice a rather large gun in his hand. You'll further notice that it's pointed not at me, but at you.
Sorry, Miss Lincoln. We did our best to talk you out of this. Now you've given me no choice.
Let me tell you what our forthright chief of police means. He means that he and I run the gambling activities of this town. And people who interfere are apt to get hurt. Very hurt. Dead, you might say.
I don't think the chief is going to shoot.
There are two schools of thought on that.
I think I should mention that the bushes outside are thick with men from the state's attorney's office.
What? Easy, Chief, easy.
When you telephoned to invite me here, Chief, you told me that you had checked with the telegraph company about that fake telegram, but later I talked to them again, and it turned out that you hadn't checked, which meant that you'd known about it all along. It was then that I decided to long-distance the state's attorney.
You better leave the comedy to me, Miss Lincoln. That's not even a good stall.
The men outside are under orders to demand entry at the slightest disturbance. Fire that gun, Chief, and they'll be here like a swarm of gnats.
And if I don't fire?
You'll take your chances in court. After all, it was Benton who actually killed those two women.
If you have any qualms about this, Chief, just hand the gun over to me.
Wait a minute, Grant. Stay right where you are for the moment, both of you.
What are you going to do with that ashtray?
Heave it through the window. There's your slight disturbance, Miss Lincoln.
They'll be here.
We'll wait.
That bluff went over like a lead balloon. Now, if you let me have the gun, Chief...
Don't give it to him, Chief, please! Don't give it to him!
Why, Miss Lincoln, right.
Quiet, Grant.
Make a joke, Mr. Benton. Make a joke.
Suspense, presented by Autolite. Tonight's star, Loretta Young, and featuring Larry Dobkin. Remingchester, I've weighed your story about the buffalo.
Thank you, Wilcox, but I could have told you his weight, nearly 2 tons, to be exact.
You can never be sure of Remingchester, but you can always be sure of any Autolite product. For Autolite makes more than 400 products for cars, trucks, planes, and boats in 28 plants coast to coast. These include complete electrical systems used as original equipment on many makes of America's finest cars. Spark plugs, batteries, generators, coils, distributors, starting motors, bullseye sealed beam headlights. All engineered to fit together perfectly, work together perfectly because they're a perfect team. So don't accept electrical parts supposed to be as good. Ask for and insist on Autolite original factory parts at your neighborhood service station, car dealer, garage, or repair shop. Remember, you're always right with Autolite. Next Thursday for Suspense, our star will be Mr. James Mason.
This will be a broadcast you won't want to miss, for next Thursday, Mr. Mason will appear in The Pit and the Pendulum by Edgar Allan Poe, one of the all-time masterpieces of Suspense.
Tonight's Suspense play was produced and edited by William Spear and directed by Norman MacDonald. Music for Suspense is composed by Lucien Moraweck and conducted by Lud Gluskin. Lady Killer is an original play for radio by William Bruckner. Congratulations to Loretta Young, who has again been nominated for an Academy Award. Miss Young may currently be seen in the Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer production Key to the City. In the coming weeks, you will hear such stars as Ronald Reagan, Alan Ladd, and Ginger Rogers. Don't forget, next Thursday, same time, Autolite will present Suspense, starring James Mason.
You can buy Autolite resistor or regular spark plugs, Autolite Stay-Full batteries, Autolite electrical parts at your neighborhood Autolite dealers. Switch to Autolite. Good night.
This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Tonight, Lady Esther presents the Screen Guild Players in Paramount Pictures' exciting story of romance and suspense, Love Letters, which was produced by Hal Wallace. It stars Loretta Young as Singleton and Rex Harrison as Ellen, with Paula Winslow as Dilly. The Lady Esther Screen Guild Players in Love Letters.
It was a curious thing. Very curious. Yet I forgot it almost as soon as it happened. That night at Dilly Carson's party, when my brother Derek was introducing
This is my
me
brother,
around.
and I expect you girls to be properly impressed. Alan, this is Jane Foley. Janet Campbell, and this is Singleton.
Just Singleton?
Yes, just Singleton.
Well, that's all. Just that. I might have been curious, but I was in a mood. I was leaving London that night and going up to the country. I'd been depressed and dissatisfied for weeks. So I had a drink, and a second drink, and a third drink, and after that I stopped counting. Next thing I knew, I was standing there in the middle of the room, a glass in my hand, empty, of course, and Dilly was saying...
Go on, Captain. Don't stop now.
Where's everyone?
Gone. I promised I'd see you to the train. You've been rather...
Yes, I can imagine. Did I do anything I shouldn't have?
No, just talk.
About what?
Well, the usual thing. A girl. I gathered her name was Victoria.
Oh, I've been talking about her.
Only for the last half hour. Who is she, Captain?
I don't know. I've never seen her.
Well, then how did she come in?
I used to write to her during the war. I wrote for a chap who was in love with her. Roger Morland.
Roger Morland?
Yes, not a very nice sort. They'd met at an officers' dance, and she'd written to him, and he wanted to write to her, too, but he couldn't write the sort of thing he felt she'd want.
What sort of thing?
I think of you, my dearest, as a distant promise of beauty, untouched by the world. If I never see you again, my last thought would be that I had fought for you and lost.
Go on.
It was terrible waiting for you. But finding you was such a great miracle that anything... Oh, you know, that sort of thing.
You wrote that for him?
He was in love with her. They were married when he came out on leave. Someone told me later that he died, some sort of accident. It happened while I was still in hospital.
And you? You'd fallen in love with Victoria?
I didn't say that. Why are you so interested?
Well, I just am, that's all.
But why are you?
Please, no more questions now. You really aren't up to it. Just remember my name. You've still got that, haven't you?
Dilly Carson. All this mysterious nonsense. One would think there'd been a murder.
Oh, come along. I'd better get you to your train.
The country, my new home, didn't help very much. For days I walked the dusty roads alone, walked very fast and let her run away from my thoughts. And in the end, each day, one thought went home with me. I knew now why I'd come to live in this lonely spot. It was Essex, you see. And Essex, that was the country where she used to live. I could remember how I'd addressed the envelope. That was before she married Roger Morland. Miss Victoria Remington, Meadow Farm, Long Beach, Essex. And something within me, something kept asking, why not? Why not? And I had no answer, so one afternoon I hired a rig and drove about 20 miles to Meadow Farm. Oh, it was a dismal place. Badly needed care. And so did the man who opened the door.
Well, what is it? What's your business?
I want to know if Mrs. Victoria Morland still lives here.
Who?
Mrs. Victoria Morland.
No, dead.
Dead? When?
I don't know. Sometime about a year ago.
Well, could you...
And don't be asking so many questions.
Well, a sudden shock like that, a slamming door, sometimes it jars loose a little fragment of the memory. It was strange, but as I stood there, I could hear myself saying to Dilly Carson, one would think there'd been a murder. It was just a hunch, the wildest sort of guess, but it took me to London that very afternoon, to the file room of the Daily Journal. I don't know how many hours I was there. I didn't even know what I was looking for, till finally I turned a page, and there it was, October the 18th, the year before. Meadow Farm murder shocks countryside. Well, after a while, the words stopped dancing. I read the whole horrible story. Then, almost without being aware of it, I found myself ringing Dilly Carson's bell.
Yes? Oh, hello, Alan. Come in.
Thank you. I should like to see Miss Carson, please.
Oh, well, Dilly just stepped out to the store. She'll be right back.
Oh.
You don't flatter me by looking so blank. We've met, you know.
Have we?
Yes.
Well, it doesn't seem possible.
Why?
Why, I couldn't have forgotten you. You're too beautiful.
Oh, I like that. Now, really, don't you remember me being here before?
Well, vaguely. I can't quite...
Oh, I'm not going to torture you. It was a party. You were drinking.
Oh. Well, you'll have to forgive me. At the moment, everything seems so...
What's the matter? Oh, you're unhappy.
Yes.
And frightened?
Yes, I just learned something very terrible.
Oh, can I help in any way?
Well, perhaps. I came here to ask Dilly. Do you know Victoria Morland?
Victoria Morland? No, I've never heard of her.
I'm sure Dilly knew her.
Oh, but I know all of Dilly's friends, and I've never heard her speak of Victoria Morland.
Oh, well, never mind. It doesn't matter now.
Oh, but it does matter. You're in love with her, aren't you?
Yes.
You've been in love with her for a long time.
Yes.
And you've lost her.
Who are you? Really? Where did I meet you?
Right here in this room. At the party. I'm Singleton.
Oh, of course. How stupid of me.
Oh, I wanted to talk to you that night so much, but Dilly kept me away from you.
Why?
I don't know. Every time I got close to you, she'd say...
Singleton!
Oh, Dilly, I didn't hear you come in. Look, Alan's here.
So I see.
I hope I'm welcome. You invited me, you know.
Yes, I remember I did, but...
You know, Dilly, we've been having a wonderful talk. Alan likes me. He thinks I'm beautiful.
Oh, bother. I forgot the porridge, and we haven't a thing for breakfast.
Oh.
Singleton, would you mind? It's just to the corner, and
Oh,
I'm so
of course,
tired.
darling. I'll go.
Pearson's breakfast oats, the large size.
I know, but don't let Alan get away before I come back. You know, the next time he might not remember me at all.
Well?
In that paper bag you're holding, isn't that a package of Pearson's breakfast oats?
You're very observant.
All right, I don't have to explain. I just came to ask you one thing. Where is Victoria Morland? I asked you. Where is Victoria Morland?
She just went through that door.
I don't believe it. The name Victoria Morland meant nothing to her. Nobody could put on an act like that.
It's not an act. I suppose you know about the murder.
Just what I read in the paper, an old issue of the Journal. I read your statement, how the hired man had come running to your place that night, and how you'd hurried over to Meadow Farm and walked in and found her there.
She was sitting on the floor in a white dress. A white dress all splotched with big red stains. Just sitting there, staring, holding the butcher knife in her hand. She didn't even know who I was. Me, her best friend.
The account said that Roger was lying there by the fire, and the aunt, Mrs. Remington...
Beatrice Remington was an old maid. The only person she'd ever loved was Victoria. She'd adopted her when she was 12, a foundling. At the orphanage, they'd given her the name of Victoria Singleton.
Oh, that's where Singleton comes from.
That's all she remembered after the murder. The shock had blanked her mind of everything else. Everything but what she knew as a child.
Then she didn't remember the murder either?
Oh, no. She had no idea of how Roger was killed. How she happened to be sitting there in that stained dress with a knife in her hand.
And Mrs. Remington?
Well, the excitement had apparently brought on a stroke. She'd had one or two light ones before. They found her lying on the floor. All she could manage to whisper was, "He struck her. He struck her." After that, she couldn't talk at all. A complete paralysis. But I think those few words saved Victoria's life.
And her mind? What about that?
Oh, she's forgotten everything. Roger, Meadow Farm, her marriage, even her own name. All she remembers is her childhood, the orphanage. The name they gave her there, Singleton.
Has she seen Mrs. Remington?
Oh, no. The doctors won't let her visit her. They think it might be too great a shock. It might bring back too much too suddenly.
And that'd be dangerous.
It might restore her memory and destroy her mind.
I see. Did you know Roger Morland?
Yes. I met him when Victoria did. I didn't like him.
Neither did I. He was no good.
But Victoria thought she was in love with him. It was really the letters.
Yes, the letters. The letters I wrote. I'm the one who's responsible. I'm the one who's guilty. I made her a murderess.
You're the man she loved. You're the man she thought she married. And you can never tell her.
If she remembers my letters, she's still in love with me. And if she doesn't and I tell her, she'd probably hate me.
Oh, it's hopeless, isn't it?
Yes, I'd better go along now.
Oh, but I promised to keep you here. What will I tell her?
Anything, it doesn't matter. Say I left because I'm in love with Victoria Morland.
The second act of the Lady Esther Screen Guild play will follow in a moment. Now, a word from Lady Esther.
Have you ever looked around among a group of your friends and asked yourself this question? How many have skin that looks tired? Skin that looks older than they really are? You see it everywhere, and it's tragic because it's so unnecessary. You see, many women never quite get rid of a clinging, oily film which clouds their skin. When you remove that clouding film, the difference is startling. Once each day, smooth on Lady Esther 4-Purpose Face Cream, and then wipe it off. Now, the important part, immediately repeat this treatment. The first time removes only surface soil and makeup. The second application gets after that clinging, clouding film. Immediately, your skin feels smoother and softer, and your own eyes see the new tone and color, the fresh, clear, younger look. Because Lady Esther 4-Purpose Face Cream, by itself, not only thoroughly cleanses your skin, it also softens your skin, helps nature refine the pores, and leaves a perfect base for powder. It needs no help from any other cream. Try my new treatment with Lady Esther 4-Purpose Face Cream. The difference in your skin will be as noticeable to others as it is to you. And whether they say it or not, you'll see it in their admiring and slightly envious looks. How does she keep looking so fresh and clear-skinned? Why, her skin really looks years younger.
And now, Lady Esther presents the second act of Love Letters, starring Rex Harrison and Loretta Young, with Paula Winslow.
The next week, I tramped the country roads again, thinking, trying to find some answer, but the more I thought, the more hopeless it seemed. Until that afternoon when I returned to Stone House, tired and worried, and as I walked into the living room...
Hello, Alan.
Singleton.
Uh-huh.
Look, you shouldn't be here.
Oh, why not?
Well, what am I going to do with you?
Well, why don't you try saying hello?
Hello?
That's better.
How long have you been here?
Oh, about an hour. I've been waiting for you.
Why?
Because you didn't come back to see me. And I was afraid you decided never to see me again, had you?
No.
Oh, then it's quite all right for me to be here. And you shouldn't look so shocked and embarrassed.
Singleton, you know, one doesn't do things like this.
Oh, this one does, and after all, it's quite proper. Oh, Alan, you're in love with someone else, with a girl named Victoria Morland. And you know, in a way, Victoria Morland is my chaperone.
Yes, I suppose she is.
Yes.
But what about Dilly? She'll be worried sick about you.
Oh,
So I'm going to call her and tell her I'm bringing you home.
Oh, please,
Yeah, I'll take you back in the train myself.
Oh, please. Anyway, not the train that goes in an hour.
All right. Well, the one that goes in 2 hours.
All right.
And no later.
Mac had your supper already, and then he made me eat that. And then there wasn't anything for you, and so he had to trundle off to the village and well, you see.
Yes, I see.
Oh, Alan. Alan, we can be such good friends. We're so safe.
Safe?
Yes. Well, you see, you're in love with Victoria Morland, and I can never be in love. And so we don't have to be afraid of each other as men and women usually are.
Why, Why can't you ever be in love?
Well, because Alan, has Dilly told me anything? I mean, anything about me?
Yes.
Oh, you needn't be afraid to speak of it. It's not a secret, you know. There were so many things. If I could only remember them, Alan, tell me about Victoria.
Please, I'd rather not talk about her.
Oh, you'll find her someday. You'll be very happy with her. And I really don't mind that, you see, because right now you're happy with me, aren't you?
Yes.
And right now is all I can ever have. Alan, you'll come to see me once in a while.
Of course.
But don't let me know, will you? Just come. Don't telephone. Alan, there's one thing I'm afraid of. I'd better tell you now.
What?
Well, it frightens me to receive a letter.
Why? Why does it frighten you?
I don't know. Maybe it's because I can't write.
You've forgotten that, too?
Yes. I can read, but I've forgotten how to make handwritten letters. I wanted to learn again. But, well, I'm afraid.
Why?
I don't know.
Oh. Well, it's almost time. We'd better get along.
Oh, all right. Alan, just for this once, for goodbye, I mean... Oh, Alan, could you kiss me goodbye?
Oh, Singleton.
Oh, thank you, Alan.
Look, Singleton,
Oh, Alan, please, you mustn't be sad. You see, that's the difference between us. You're sad because you think you shouldn't have kissed me. And I'm happy because you did.
She loved me. I knew that now. She loved me just as I loved her. Singleton loved me, but what about Victoria? What would happen if her memory returned? Night after night I asked myself that, and finally I knew there could be only one way. 2 lives or none. I had to chance it. It was summer by then. Late one afternoon, we'd been sitting on the river bank.
Alan, you've been so quiet today. Oh, Alan, what is it? What are you thinking?
Oh, you know, don't you?
Yes, I think so.
Then there isn't any need for me to speak.
No, darling. But, Alan, Victoria Morland...
Oh, that's gone and finished. My past is as dead as yours. We'll make a new beginning together.
Oh, I know you love me, but you can't really know it until we find her again.
Singleton, trust me. I'm sure. If you love me, you'll never think of her again.
Oh, I love you, Alan. I do love you.
Well, then I suppose I ought to make it formal.
What?
Will you marry me, Singleton?
Alan?
Singleton, darling, what is it?
I don't know.
Well, what?
I don't know. I don't understand it. I knew what you were going to say, and I was so happy. And then, when you said, will you marry me? Something happened. I don't know what, but something frightening, Alan.
Oh, darling, please, you mustn't be upset.
Oh, Alan, there's something in my past. It's something horrible. Alan, if I remember someday, it might hurt you. Alan, I couldn't bear to hurt you.
Nothing could hurt me now, except to lose you.
No.
I love you. Oh. I love you no matter what's happened, always is to happen. That's all that matters.
Yes, that's all that matters. Then let's try it once more. Say it again.
Why?
I want to see if it frightens me again. Say it, Alan.
Will you marry me, Singleton?
Oh, yes. I, Singleton, take thee, Roger. Roger. I'm so sorry. I...
Don't be frightened, my child.
No.
Now repeat after me.
Yes.
I, Singleton, take thee, Alan.
I, Singleton, take thee, Alan, to my wedded husband, to have and to hold from this day forward, for better or worse. My husband, my ring, my house. Oh, Alan, I'm so happy I could... Alan, in church, why did I suddenly say that name? Roger?
Oh, but, you were nervous. It's just a slip of the tongue.
Yes. Yes, but why Roger? I don't know anybody named Roger.
Well, darling, it's not an unusual name.
I don't know how I could have come to say it. I was so sure of the words, and suddenly, when I started, It was just as though they spoke themselves. As if another person spoke for me. Oh, Alan, do you think I'll ever know? Do you think I'll ever remember?
I don't know, darling. I don't know. It must have started with the wedding service. The repetition of the scene she'd known before. And through the week that followed, there were other signs. That morning when she saw the mailman walking up to our door.
Oh, make him go away! Make him go away, Alan! I'm afraid!
And then the first time she saw me write my name.
It's pretty, Alan. Oh, it's such lovely writing. And oh, Alan, it frightens me.
Darling.
Alan, I couldn't have, and yet I'm sure I've seen that writing before.
And finally that morning when I found her in the garden.
Good morning, Alan. I was up so early, I thought I'd pick some berries for your breakfast.
How nice.
I think I've got enough now, so we can go inside and... Alan!
Darling, what is it?
Alan, my dress is... It's blood. Wipe it away.
Darling.
Alan, wipe it away.
No, darling, it's only fruit stains.
No, it
Those
isn't
berries
blood.
you've been picking.
Alan, please. Alan, I don't want to see Aunt Beatrice. I don't.
Beatrice.
No. Alan, this isn't the house. It was another house. It was night.
Darling.
Alan, what happened that night? Alan, what did I do? What did I do, Alan?
I was frightened now. I knew I had to learn the truth. I had to see Aunt Beatrice, Mrs. Remington. Next morning I took the train to London, hurried to the nursing home. But when I inquired for Mrs. Remington...
She's so much improved, sir. She's been quite a problem. Fact is, she packed up and left us 2 days ago.
Singleton! Singleton!
Mr. Allen, she's gone.
Gone? Gone where, Mac?
I don't know, sir. I've looked everywhere. I missed her just after the letter came.
What letter?
Here it is, sir, this one. The mailman brought it just after you'd gone. And she opened it and read it, and next time I looked up for her, What is it, Mr. Allen? Not bad news, sir?
I know where she's gone, Mac. Now, I can get there in time.
Mrs. Remington, I read your letter to my husband. You wrote that you wanted to speak to him about Victoria, and... Well, that's really the reason I came. I'd give anything to find her.
Why?
Because my husband's in love with her.
You're jealous of her?
Oh, no, I want to give him up.
Because you don't love him?
No, because I love him very much. Because I want him to find some happiness with her, you see. I can't remain with him any longer.
Why not?
Oh, I don't know. I can't remember. But I know there was a knife and a white dress and a fire burning and... Oh, please, I don't want Alan to know. I don't want to hurt him. He could still find some happiness with Victoria.
You may be right, my dear. I'll help you find her.
Oh, thank you.
Victoria Morland was my ward. I loved her more than anything in the world. And yet I couldn't save her from Roger Morland.
Roger Morland. Roger Morland wrote letters.
Yes. And Victoria thought she loved him. I didn't want her to marry him, but I couldn't stop her. They eloped.
He wasn't like his letters.
No. And I knew she was unhappy. She'd go for long walks alone for hours. And when she came back, I could tell she'd been crying. Then, that night, they were sitting in this room. Roger was sitting...
In that chair?
By the fireplace. There was a lamp...
On that table?
By the desk. The door was open, and I could hear their voices. I was...
Out in the kitchen fixing supper. And Roger was drinking.
He was always drinking.
I wore a white dress. Sitting there at the desk. Reading through his letters again.
Which made him very angry, of course. Because he knew he hadn't written those letters.
He told me so. He told me so that night. He said he was sick of living with a ghost. He snatched the letters out of my hand and went to throw them into the fire.
He cried out, ran toward him to save them. You didn't see me. I'd come to the door. I don't think I even knew I still had the butcher knife in my hand.
I tried to get the letters. Roger struck me, and then...
Oh, Aunt Beatrice.
Yes, Victoria. I killed him. I couldn't tell them the truth in time. And when I regained my voice, it was too late.
Oh, it was all my fault. It was because I loved a man who didn't exist. Who was he?
Victoria.
Who wrote those... Alan! Oh, Alan, you've heard. You've heard everything.
Yes.
Oh, darling, then you must know, Alan. I found Victoria Morland for you.
And the man who wrote those letters? Would you hate him, do you think? For what he'd done to you?
I don't know. But it doesn't matter now.
But it does matter. It matters very much. I think of you, my dearest, as a distant promise of beauty, untouched by the world.
Alan.
If I never see you again, my last thought will be that I'd fought for you and lost. It was
terrible waiting for you. But finding you was such a great miracle that anything I suffered seemed only a small payment in return.
Victoria.
Oh, Alan, Alan, Alan.
Thank you, Rex Harrison and Loretta Young, for a deeply moving story. We hope you will be back with us soon again.
Well, you can count on both of us, Mr. Bradley. For that matter, you can count on every actor and actress in Hollywood, because we all know the wonderful work being done by the Motion Picture Relief Fund and its county house. And we know that work is made possible largely by this radio program. And now, before we tell you about next week's show, here's a word from one of America's best-known beauty authorities, Lady Esther.
Thank you, Miss Young. Ladies, if I could be with you in your home right now, talking about your beauty problems, I'm quite sure we'd get to the subject of that stubborn, clinging, oily film which clouds the skin of so many women, making it look tired and older. When your skin does not have a clear, fresh, young look, it's almost always because that oily, stubborn film is never really removed. But you can do it in this way. Smooth on Lady Esther 4-Purpose Face Cream, and then wipe it off. Now, the important part, at least once a day, repeat this treatment immediately. Again smooth on Lady Esther 4-Purpose Face Cream. Again wipe it off. Notice how the first time removes makeup and surface dirt, but the important second cleansing gets out that clinging, clouding, oily film which makes your skin look tired. So your skin immediately looks cleaner, fresher, clearer, and far younger. So much so it will almost startle you. You see, each time you use it, Lady Esther 4-Purpose Face Cream does the 4 things your skin needs most for beauty. And it's so gentle and soft, you don't have to massage and rub at your skin. My cream itself does the work, not your fingers. And it needs no help from any other cream. Try this refreshing treatment on your skin tonight with Lady Esther 4-Purpose Face Cream. And I promise, tomorrow you'll be complimented on the difference in your skin. A difference which wipes away the years.
Next week, the Lady Esther Screen Guild players will present The Last of Mrs. Cheney. It will star Joan Fontaine, David Niven, and Nigel Bruce. Be sure to listen. Love Letters was produced and directed for Lady Esther by Bill Lawrence, adapted by Harry Cronman, and was presented through the courtesy of Paramount Pictures, whose current release is 2 years before The Mast, starring Alan Ladd, William Bendix, and Barry Fitzgerald. Loretta Young will soon be seen in The Perfect Marriage, a Hal Wallace production for Paramount. Rex Harrison appeared through the courtesy of 20th Century Fox, and will soon be seen in their forthcoming production, The Ghost and Mrs. Muir. Music on tonight's program was arranged and conducted by Wilbur Hatch. Tonight's Lady Esther Screen Guild show is being heard by our servicemen and women overseas through the worldwide shortwave and network facilities of the Armed Forces Radio Service. This is Truman Bradley speaking for Lady Esther. Thank you and good night. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. From Hollywood, Colgate Tooth Powder for a breath that's sweet and Halo Shampoo to glorify your hair bring you Loretta Young in your theater of romance. Colgate tooth powder for a breath that's sweet and Halo shampoo to glorify your hair. Present your theater of romance from Hollywood. Tonight it is our pleasure to bring you a particularly delightful combination of star and story. The story, Universal Pictures' lighthearted frolic called Hired Wife. The star, one of Hollywood's most talented actresses, Loretta Young.
Kendall, darling, I can't wait to hear all about it. How on earth did it all ever happen?
Well, it actually started last spring, and it was a lovely spring, if you remember. Children flying kites and playing marbles on the sidewalk. There was baseball on empty lots, men painting park benches, and full-length billboard signs all over town of Phyllis Walden.
Phyllis Walden, the model?
Yes. She was posing then for a new car, the Carlton 8. They showed Phyllis in the briefest possible bathing suit, standing by the running board with an ad that read, "Oh, for a man like my car, modern, strong, responsive."
Well, did that sign sell cars?
I don't know about cars, but it sure sold Phyllis.
Kendall, were you in love with Stephen then?
Of course. Every good secretary's in love with her boss. She has to be, to put up with a businessman. But Stephen never gave me a thought, although every spring he came down with a good case on someone else. It was violent and serious while it lasted, but it soon ran its course, and his temperature stayed normal until the next spring.
Well, that isn't love. That's hay fever.
Yeah, you're so right. Well, anyway, on this particular spring morning, as I recall, it was April the 1st, I went into the office, and there was Stephen settling a flower in his buttonhole.
Good morning, Kendall. May I take this occasion of wishing you and yours a very happy springtime.
Oh, thank you very much. Here are some checks for you to sign.
I'll do it right this minute.
McNabb is waiting to see you. After him, you have an appointment with the Crawford Rand people. I'll have the paving contracts ready. I'll break it up at noon. You lunch with Senator Troy at the League Club. And don't mention Republicans. It upsets him.
Then may I go home?
Yes. After you've had a haircut. Shall I tell McNabb to come in?
Oh, by all means.
Come in, McNabb.
Here are the layouts, Mr. Dexter. Mac, these won't do. Won't do? We must keep up with the times, Mac. Give me something with a little more heart in it. Something more modern, like that Carlton 8 billboard across the street.
Oh, for heaven.
I want a new campaign. It must be warm and human.
Something like the cement you love to touch.
We must make our cement stand out. Give it personality.
Perfume it, Mac.
I want something with the same punch and appeal of that picture. We'll use a girl. She'll be our trademark.
Little Annie Cement.
When I want your opinion, Kendall, I'll ask for it. All right, Mac, have some new layouts made. Aye, Chief. Kendall, who is that girl on that billboard?
I don't know the name, but the face is on the canned tomatoes I used.
So get hold of her. I'll see her myself.
Oh, Stephen, wouldn't it be easier and quicker just to pay her off right now?
Kendall, get her.
Yes, Lord. Yes, Master.
Someday I'm going to fire you.
And someday I'm going to quit. Good evening, Miss Walden. My name is Kendall Browning. The firm I'm with...
I suppose you came here to see me about a posing job. We'll call my agent in the morning, or you can phone me, but not before 11.
Very well. I'll tell Mr. Dexter. Good night.
Dexter?
Stephen Dexter of Dexter Cement.
Oh, Mr. Dexter.
Yes.
Do you happen to know what Mr. Dexter has in mind?
I have a general idea.
Will it be a big campaign?
One of his biggest, no doubt.
Well, Kendall, I can tell you right now, I don't think much of Phyllis Walden.
Well, you haven't heard the half of it. After looking her over, I decided it would be better for Stephen if he didn't meet her. So I did call her the next morning, and after 11, I tracked her down at the Yale Club. Of course, I had no idea she was sitting with Stephen as I talked to her, and she took good care not to inform me that he heard every word. But the next morning, I found out all right.
Kendall, call Van Horn and tell him to get those subway contracts ready.
Right away. Oh, about Phyllis Walden.
Forget her. I'm not going to have any silly-looking blondes sitting on my dam. That is what I said, isn't it, Kendall? Oh, no, come to think of it, I believe you couldn't quote my exact words.
Now, Stephen, this is unworthy of you. How could you do anything so dishonorable as wiretapping?
Wiretapping? I just happened to be lunching with Miss Walden when you phoned.
Happened? You leave it to me to get her, and then you sneak off and date her behind my back as if you couldn't trust me.
Kendall, I am going to say just one thing, and then we'll drop the matter. You're my right hand. I'm not at all sure I could run this business without you, but I think I can run my own life. Suppose you let me, huh?
Okay. It's your money. You go right ahead and squander it. I'm through caring what you do, outside of office hours.
Did he really see her much?
You bet he did. They went dancing, horseback riding, sailing, lunching, dining all over the place. They were the most repulsive couple of the year. And then Stephen got into trouble.
Oh, what happened?
Well, it was over the subway contract. The General Cement Company wanted the contract, but Stephen's bid was lower, and so he got it. So the General decided to do a little hitting below the belt. First, they tried to buy Stephen out, and when they couldn't, they told him they were going to get out some sort of trumped-up injunction that would tie up his assets. He and his lawyer, Roger Van Horn, had a serious talk that afternoon, trying to find a way out. And then Van Horn got a great idea.
Stephen, you've got to get married.
What?
It'll stop them cold. They can't tie up your money on your business if you haven't any. I'm going to have you put every last penny, every sack of cement, your house, the shirt on your back in your wife's name.
Oh, there must be some other way.
I'll run and see Phyllis. But, Steve, there'll be a lot of papers to sign. Deeds, transfer of bank accounts, power of attorney. I can't do a thing without you. Kendall, find out when the marriage license bureau closes.
It's no use. In New York, you have to wait 3 days.
All right, find out when I get explained to South Carolina. It'll take us at least 2 hours to get the papers ready. You've got to come to the bank with me, Stephen. Oh, all right. Kendall, I've got to leave it to you. You see Phyllis.
Are you sure this is the right thing to do, Stephen?
Of course I'm sure. You find her and deliver her to that plane.
Well, I can't drag her by her phony eyelashes.
Now, look. Look, Kendall, you're a woman.
Oh, has that gotten around?
You know how to talk to other women.
Oh, sure. I know how to... Yeah, that's right, I do, don't I? All right, Stephen. I'll play Miles Standish for you. Here's Dexter's proposition, Miss Walden. He wants you to marry him tonight.
He does? Well, I hardly know what to say.
Yes or no will do nicely. Now, look, Walden, let's not be coy about this. I'm not batting for Cupid. This is strictly business.
Oh?
And I haven't time to tell you all the angles. All you need to know is that this will put you within sending distance of some very serious sugar. For certain financial reasons, it would be very convenient for Mr. Dexter to have a wife. In fact, he's got to get married.
Really, Miss Browning, you ought to do something about yourself. I love your lies. They're not good, but they're very, very funny.
Thank you.
This last one was a positive howl. Would have been so nice if you'd been able to say, Steve, that Walden number has a price tag, but I'm not that kind of a girl.
Dexter told me to ask
Well,
you.
tell him I'd love to marry him tonight, but my trousseau is in the laundry.
Very well. I'll tell him exactly that.
Attention passengers, plane 63 Southern Swallow for Washington, Charleston, Miami, ready at gate 4.
There she comes, Roger. Where's Phyllis? Kendall, where's Phyllis?
Well, I couldn't get her to come. Not for love nor money. And honestly, you can't blame her, Stephen. No woman wants to get married just to do someone a favor.
Well, it was a nice business when I had it. You've still got it. You can keep it if you work fast. All you have to do is marry somebody. Doesn't matter who she is, as long as it's some girl you can trust. How about Kendall? Kendall, what would you say about it?
Oh, Stephen, I'd say yes.
There, that settles it. Come on, let's get on that plane.
the honeymoon to be over so soon. Married only 2 weeks, and you forgot to kiss me goodbye this morning.
Forgot? I didn't forget. I was late.
Oh, so you were in too much of a hurry to kiss me. Or is there some other reason?
Yes, Mrs. Newlywed, there is. A little breath of trouble. I mean, unpleasing breath has caught up with you. And it's clearly a case for Colgate tooth powder. You know, anyone can be the victim of unpleasing breath. It happens to thousands without their knowing. Marks them down socially, brings them unhappiness. So just do this. Brush your teeth night and morning and before every date with Colgate tooth powder. For Colgate tooth powder cleans your breath as it cleans your teeth. Scientific tests prove that Colgate tooth powder, in 7 cases out of 10, instantly stops unpleasing breath that originates in the mouth. Money can't buy a benefit that will clean your teeth better than Colgate tooth powder. Remember the name, Colgate tooth powder, with the accent on powder. And now, Colgate tooth powder and Halo shampoo bring you the second act of Hired Wife, starring Loretta Young.
Did you have a nice wedding?
No, not at all. Stephen looked like a lamb being led to slaughter, and I felt like one. Besides, there was something about those words that marry 2 people that made me feel like 2 cents just then. Stephen and I flew back right after the ceremony. We went to his apartment, and he signed the papers that put everything in my name. And then we just stood there, staring at each other.
Kendall, you know you're a rare sort of woman. You don't let people down when they need you. And, well, thanks for marrying me.
Oh, you're welcome, I'm sure. Oh, I'm sorry. I don't feel like kidding, Stephen. But there's something I've got to tell you. Phyllis would be here if I hadn't lied to her and to you, and, well, now I've run out of lies.
Phyllis didn't refuse to marry me?
Oh, yes, she did. But she had to refuse the way I put your bid.
Bid?
Well, yes. I knew she'd turn you down. You see, no woman likes to admit she's for sale, even if she is.
You made Phyllis believe I thought I could buy her. You treated her in my name as if she were cheap and nasty.
Oh, not cheap.
Why, you contemptible and unscrupulous double-crossing...
Now, Stephen, remember, you're a Yale man.
Oh, Kendall, what am I going to do about you?
What do you want to do, Stephen?
Stop acting married.
Well, we are, you know.
Don't take advantage of a technicality. And stop looking at me like that. And go home.
Yes, ma'am.
Kendall, you're fired.
Better not be so hasty, Stephen. Don't forget, you can't sign anything by yourself. You can't do anything. You can't even get lunch money. Legally, dear, I am you, and you are a pauper.
Oh, you certainly must have been laughing, Kendall. You had Stephen right where you wanted him.
No, I wasn't laughing, and I didn't have Stephen right where I wanted him at all. I moved into Stephen's house and into his bedroom, but Stephen moved into the guest room, along with his lawyer, Roger Van Horn. And every night he went out with Phyllis. After a while, I couldn't bear that. So I saw that Phyllis met a very handsome South American gigolo, Jose Braganza. That was a little expensive, but I thought it might be worth it.
Here are my expenses for the week.
Let me see. Apartment of the Ritz. Check. Rent of motor car. Check. What's this item? 1 cockatoo. $75.
He's a bird. He flies like so.
For that kind of money, you ought to read and write. Now, dinner for 3 at Pierre's. 3?
Stephen horned in.
Oh. Well, another time, let him pick up the check. Now, what have you accomplished, besides spending money?
I progress.
Oh?
Yesterday, she insulted me. Today, she slapped my face. I think maybe she loved me.
Well, maybe, but I think your reasoning is a little hard to follow.
Tomorrow, I ask her to marry with me. And if she accepts, I marry her.
Kendall,
where are you?
You better get out of here. Go on out the back door, and I'll phone you tomorrow.
Adios.
In here, Steve, in the library.
Kendall, I want a divorce.
Stephen, that means you won your fight.
Yes. The General Cement Group has given up for good.
Oh.
Kendall, I have appreciated your help very much, and I know this is short notice, but here's a ticket on the westbound plane. It's now 10:22, and...
Really? I've been wondering what time it was all evening.
Well, the plane leaves at midnight. There's a check in there, too. I want you to have a nice, long vacation. What are you doing?
Tearing it up. I like being Mrs. Stephen Dexter.
If you won't give me a divorce, I'll divorce you.
On what grounds?
Roger! Roger!
What is it, Stephen? Just getting ready to go to bed.
I want a divorce.
Do you mind waiting till morning?
How soon can I get one?
Is Kendall willing?
No.
If she fights...
She will?
Then it'll take years.
Years?
5. Your best bet is to disappear and be given up for dead.
Oh, that's just great. Phyllis would love that.
Hey, wait a minute.
Yeah?
I think I can get you an annulment.
How soon?
Oh, a few weeks. All we have to do is show it's been no marriage to date.
That's right. You can testify to that.
Yes?
All right, Kendall. Trump that.
How can I, Stephen? Good night.
Did he get the annulment?
Oh, no, it wasn't necessary. Because the very next day, Judge Peabody arrived from South Carolina and said that he'd have to do the ceremony over again because his license had expired the day before he married us, and therefore it wasn't legal. So Stephen called Phyllis and got her down to the office as soon as the judge left. But before he could ask her to marry him, Jose came bursting in.
Choose Phyllis. Him or me. You cannot have both of us.
Jose!
How dare you break in here like this? Now you get out of here.
But, Stephen, Phyllis loves Jose. Madly.
That is true. Since time began and the world was young and damp, I was a bullfrog. And you were a cow frog.
Oh, you can't move from a frog pond to the rich on love. Just where does your money come from, Chino Braganza?
From the same place yours does. Cement.
I'm sorry to interrupt, Stephen, but I've been going over these bills, and there's a pretty big hotel bill here.
Jose, Phyllis, wouldn't you like to finish this conversation somewhere else?
No. We'll finish it right here and now.
Yeah, well, here it is. It's a bill for a suite at the Ritz.
The Ritz? Let me see.
And there's a whole flock of checks for $100 to a party named Jose Braganza. You got a new tailor, Steve?
No. I still get my clothes from... Give me those checks.
You want me to sue somebody?
Maybe. You go back to your office and wait for me, Roger. So you get your money from cement, Senor Braganza. My cement.
Oh, Jose, were you taking money from this woman?
He certainly was.
It was Jose's birthday.
How many times was he born?
Well, most of it was a loan.
See, I will pay back every penny at once.
Oh, can you?
No.
Oh, Jose, how could you be so cheap? Oh, you'll get it back, Stephen. You're going to get everything that's coming to you, even her. I'm going, Stephen. Really, this time I'm going. I didn't land the contract. If my best bid wasn't good enough, all right. You can't blame a girl for trying. I had a very good reason for everything that I did. It may not seem a very good reason to a man, but it's enough reason for a woman. I was in love with you, Stephen. Oh, come on, Jose. Let's get out of here. I think these two richly deserve each other. Oh, I should have known about Jose. He wasn't the first man who ever made love to me. Should have spotted him for a phony.
She schemes. She lies. She cheats. Oh, no, but not anymore at my expense.
Oh, I'd like to strangle him.
I'll consider today the luckiest day in my life. And you should, too.
Oh, when are we going to stop kidding ourselves?
I'm glad you said it first. Come on, let's catch him.
I'm sorry, Jose.
I'm sorry, Kendall.
Phyllis, darling.
I said I'm sorry, Kendall.
I heard you.
Will you please stop walking and listen?
I don't have to listen to you anymore.
Oh, yes, you do. Now, you stop right there. You're not a man, Kendall Browning, and once in a while you've got to stop and listen to someone who is.
All right, I'm listening.
I said I'm sorry.
I heard you, and I'm sorry, too. Now, may I continue on my way, please?
No, Kendall, no. I want you to continue on mine from here on in. You see, I'm very much in love with you. It took me a long time to find it out, and I almost lost you because of it. But I don't intend to lose you again. Don't you understand that, Kendall?
Well, I don't know whether I do or not. It's a little late for that kind of talk, Stephen.
Kendall, how could you be so mean?
Well, I wasn't going to let him think I'd go back to him. I wasn't going to let him think, after all I've been through, that I'd even look at him again. And let me tell you, I made that very clear to him.
And then what did you do?
Then? Why, then I married the guy.
Loretta Young, star of Hired Wife, will return in just a moment.
Halo, everybody, halo. Halo is the shampoo that glorifies your hair. So halo, everybody, halo.
Use Halo shampoo if you want naturally bright and beautiful hair. For soap shampoos leave a film on your hair. But Halo contains no soap, therefore leaves no dulling film. The very first time you use Halo, you'll notice your hair glistens in all its natural brilliance. The deep, full, natural color and luster comes sparkling through like sunshine through a clean window pane. And remember, even in the hardest water, Halo makes oceans of rich, fragrant lather. Halo quickly carries away loose dandruff, grease, and dirt. Needs no lemon or vinegar rinse because Halo leaves no dulling film. Nothing to hide your hair's natural beauty. Say hello to Halo and goodbye to dulling film. Use Halo on your children's hair, too. Get Halo shampoo at any cosmetic counter. Remember, Halo glorifies your hair.
So halo, everybody, halo. Halo shampoo, halo.
Colgate tooth powder for a breath that's sweet and Halo shampoo to glorify your hair. Thank Miss Loretta Young for a delightful performance in Gene Holloway's adaptation of Hired Wife. George Beck's amusing story filmed by Universal Pictures, producers of One Night with You. Thanks again for a swell show, Miss Young.
Oh, it was a pleasure to appear on Theater of Romance tonight, Frank. And I hope I'll be back again with you soon. I'm sure you're going to have a grand show next week when you bring Robert Walker to the Theater of Romance. I'll be listening. Thanks again and good night.
Billboard for the Future. Next week, Charles Vander's production of Theater of Romance presents Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer's great young star, Robert Walker, in Vivacious Lady. And in the following weeks, you'll be hearing Ann Baxter, Ronald Colman, Robert Alda, John Garfield, and a parade of your favorite stars. Keep this date for all the weeks to come. These presentations of Theater of Romance come to you because of your enthusiastic recognition of Colgate tooth powder for a breath that's sweet and Halo shampoo to glorify your hair. This is your host, Frank Graham, saying good night and wishing you love, happiness, romance.
Ladies and gentlemen, a brief message from our government. We are all happy that so many price and rationing controls have been lifted. But a headlong rush of spending could start a runaway price rise. So we are asked to spend sensibly and to observe the remaining price and rationing controls. These will be released as soon as possible. So let's all cooperate to prevent a rising price by spending sensibly, by saving as much as possible, and by cooperating with existing controls. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
The DuPont Company of Wilmington, Delaware, makers of better things for better living through chemistry, presents the Cavalcade of America. Tonight's star, Loretta Young. Tonight's story, The Port of Missing Men. In 1943, the Maritime Commission named the Liberty ship in honor of a woman named Janet Lord Roper. But unless you're of the sea, the chances are you've never heard of her. What did she do? Who was she? Well, it all started a long time ago. The place, Calcutta. The year, 1885.
All right, come on, snap it up. Let's go. Line up on deck here. Higgins. Yes. Landowski. Yes. Mills, Robert A.
He ain't aboard, sir.
Jump ship?
I seen him in the alley by that waterfront clip joint last night. 2 natives was working him over. Last I seen, they was dragging him off somewhere.
Well, that's his tough luck. Sutton, go to the shipping office. Get a replacement right away. We're shoving off by noon. Next port, Boston.
Excuse me. Are you the first mate of this ship?
Hey, what are you doing hanging around here? Boston docks ain't no place for a girl like you.
Well, I'm looking for Bobby Mills. He's a neighbor of mine, and his mother's worried to death.
Mills?
Yes.
Oh, yeah, we left him in Calcutta.
You left him?
Look, honey, what's your name?
Janet Lord.
Look, Miss Lord, when it's time to shove off, we shove off.
But maybe something happened. Maybe he was killed.
Maybe.
And if he wasn't, how can he get back to Boston?
That's his problem.
Don't you care?
Look, sister, I got my own problems.
That you, Janet? Uh-huh. Where have you been? Mom, I stopped in to see Mrs. Mills. Oh, did you hear from Bobby yet? His ship came in, but Bobby wasn't on it. Oh, what happened? I don't know, Mama. We can't get any information. As far as they're concerned, he's just a name on a list. He could have deserted ship or fallen over the side or died. Mama, nobody cares.
Well, darling, we mustn't let ourselves get too upset.
Mama!
Well, I mean, it isn't as though he were your sweetheart or a member of the family.
Well, he's a member of somebody's family. And you should see Mrs. Mills. Oh, she doesn't know what to do, even.
Oh, you're right, darling. I shouldn't have said that. I'm sorry.
We never heard from Bobby Mills. He was swallowed by the earth's indifference. Just another able-bodied seaman easily replaced. But I was young then, and only the young seem to care. I lived near the docks in Boston, and I used to walk along the waterfront, watching the tall ships in the harbor and wondering about the men who went to sea. I would pass the cafes and saloons and watch the sailors desperately trying to forget their loneliness. And then, down at the end of the pier, I'd stop a while and listen to the singing that came from the Seamen's Friend Society. I'd watch the men through the open window, and I'd wonder what thoughts went through their minds.
Now, there's some coffee and donuts in the main lounge. God bless you all.
Excuse me, sir.
Oh, you startled me. I didn't see you come in.
Well, I was standing outside the window. Hope you don't mind. I finally got up the courage to see what it looks like inside.
Not at all.
I saw that sign on the bulletin board, the one that calls for volunteers.
Oh?
Well, I volunteer.
Well, aren't you a little young for welfare work?
Well, you don't look very old yourself.
Well, usually we get women much older.
Well, there's nothing on the sign that says you have to be a certain age.
No, I admit that.
Then you'll let me?
Well, it isn't up to me, but I don't think they'd... Well, you see, you're a very pretty girl, and some of these men haven't seen a woman for months.
Well, in that case, I think they deserve to see a pretty one.
Yeah? All right, I'll take you to see the director, if you like.
Oh, thank you. You know, I was watching these men. They all look so lonely and bored. It seems to me the only reason they're here is because they have nothing else to do.
Yes, you're absolutely right. That's one of our biggest problems here.
Oh?
The men either don't come to services at all, or when they do, it's just to kill time. I can't seem to get their interest.
Well, could I try to help?
Well, frankly, I don't think you could handle them. They're a tough lot.
Why, you ought to be ashamed of yourself. You sound just like everybody else, always looking at the sailors as some sort of dangerous delinquent. Well, I happen to think differently. Why, any man who wants to spend his life on the sea has to have a lot of the little boy in him. And a lot of poetry in his bones, too. Take any man who's ever stood alone on the deck of a ship and seen a spot where the ocean meets the sky. Each of these men, I'm sure, has wondered about God.
How old did you say you are?
Well, I'm old enough to know a sailor's a human being just like anybody else.
Did you tell me your name?
No, I didn't.
Well, mine's Ed Roper.
Oh, Janet Lord.
Lord?
Yes.
Well, no wonder.
There's some coffee and donuts in the main lounge. And God bless you all.
Thank you. Miss Lord, you're coming up for coffee?
Oh, yes, I'll be up.
It sure was a wonderful class today.
Thank you.
Is that Bible stuff for real?
Of course.
Yeah, but that part where you said...
Janet.
Yes?
Oh, hiya, Mr. Roper.
Hello, Landau. Hey, how was class today?
Great. Only she'll never tell us how it turns out till next week. Come on, Miss Lord. I'm shipping out tomorrow. How does the story come out?
If he wants to know, let him read it for himself.
Well, how about it? If I give you the Bible, will you read it?
Oh, I can't never get past the begots and the begats.
Oh.
All right. I'll try. I'll see you later.
That's right.
Looks like another packed house today.
Uh-huh. Standing room only.
Well, now, you don't have to rub it in. If I had long blonde hair like you have and a pretty little smile, I bet I could attract a crowd, too.
Oh, sour grapes.
Well, maybe I deserve it, but not every Sunday for a whole year.
A year?
Hmm?
Has it been a year?
14 months, 3 weeks.
That was a rhetorical question. I didn't know you were keeping score.
Didn't you?
Well, maybe a little.
Let's go out and sit on the pier.
Did you start to say our place?
I wish I could say that without feeling like a schoolboy. It does seem like our place, though.
Yes. Remember the first time we sat out there? After my first class? Oh, I was scared to death.
You didn't act it.
Yeah, but you knew it.
Mm-hmm. I knew it.
And I feel so good about working, I mean. About doing something and feeling useful.
And that's all?
I mean about you.
Let's go out, Janet. I can talk to you so much better out there.
Oh, yes, Ed. Let's go.
Listen to those tugs out there.
Ed Roper, you're not going to change the subject again.
Oh, but Janet, it's ridiculous.
I know. That's what my mother said.
Well, you'll never have a real home, no roots.
I know.
And probably no money.
I know.
Well, it's impossible.
Look, will you ask me or not?
Well, Janet, you know I want to, but I can't.
All right. Then I'll ask you. Ed Roper. I'm a silly little girl who happens to want more out of life than a well-stocked pantry. I don't believe a woman's place is under glass. I want you, Ed. If you want me. Now, come on. Stop being so noble.
But, Janet...
We're not going to have time to be martyrs. We've got a whole life ahead of us. And it's exciting. Isn't it, Ed? Kind of like the sailors. We're starting out on a trip, a long and wonderful voyage together. Oh, together, Ed.
Together.
Oh, my darling.
But there'll be a lot of rough weather ahead, Janet.
I know.
God help us.
Oh, God will. He helps all sorts of people. You can count on that.
You can?
Oh, sure. That's God's profession. It doesn't take much to set up a canteen. All you need are 4 walls and coffee pots and a man like Ed. We moved along the eastern coast, and when the center of shipping moved west, we moved along with it to Portland, Oregon. Just Ed and I and the coffee pot.
This is Seaman's Canteen. I'm looking for Mother Roper.
Mother?
Mother Roper. You know where she is?
Well, I'm Mrs. Roper.
Well, he told me to ask for Mother Roper. They said she'd stake me to a meal and a bunk for the night.
Oh, sure. Sit down.
You Mother Roper? Young woman like you?
Mother? Well, it's a new one on me. Must be getting old, hmm?
Well, look, I'm hungry, so let's get it over with. What prayers and stuff do I have to say?
Prayers?
You know, that church stuff. Let's do it now and we get it over with.
You don't have to say anything.
Yeah, I know. I've been in these places before. In order to get a lousy cup of coffee, you've got to get yourself saved or something.
You're pretty tough, aren't you?
I've been around.
What's your name?
Ben. Why?
Look, Ben. We might as well get this settled right now. In the first place, you're not so tough. And even if you were, I'm not impressed. You can act as tough as you like on shipboard or in these Skid Row dives. But as long as you're in here, relax. You don't scare anybody. Clear?
Now, wait a minute. I ain't that broke. I got to take that kind of stuff from you or from nobody.
You don't have to take anything if you don't want to, but neither do I. You can stay here just as long as you want. You're as welcome as anybody. No angles, no obligations. God doesn't have to bribe you with a meal. If he's going to bribe you, he'll use bigger bait. So just keep quiet, and I'll see what kind of chow I can round up, huh?
Now, look, I come in here...
You keep talking, and I'm liable to be forced to bang you on the head with this coffee pot. Then it'll be too late to pray.
Hey, you know, you don't talk like no woman I ever seen. Especially no church woman.
If you mean that for a compliment, you're sure going all the way around by China to give it to me.
That's just my way of talking.
Oh.
I'm sure glad to meet you, ma'am.
Well, I'm glad to meet you, Ben.
You know, the truth is, I knock off a prayer or two myself when nobody's looking.
Oh, you know something, Ben? So do I.
DuPont play starring Loretta Young as Janet Lord Roper. Janet Lord Roper was a girl, and then she was a woman. She had 3 children and a husband and a world full of friends. Because no one seemed to care about the men who went to sea, she set up a canteen in Portland, Oregon in the early part of this century. Here, she not only gave food and comfort to the sailing men, but kept in contact with them throughout the world.
Ed? You see this?
What?
This card from Ben.
Who?
Oh, you remember one of the sailors who came in the canteen last year? That big fella, you know.
Oh, yes. Oh. Well, what's he say?
Oh, just hello. Ed, what's the matter?
Nothing. Nothing, dear.
Ed, Ed, you've been feeling terrible for months now. Will you go to a doctor, or do I have to drag you?
I feel great. Now, please, stop making a noise like a woman.
Ed, do me a favor. Go to bed early tonight. I'll lock up.
Got too much to do.
Look, you won't be able to do anything if you don't start taking care of yourself.
Now, just because all these sailors call you mother is no reason to start mothering me. I feel all right. Now, don't talk me into being sick.
Oh, I wouldn't say for sure, but I think you're the most impossible man I've ever seen.
You like impossible men?
Well, this one I do.
See? So what's the argument?
Oh, please, darling, go see a doctor just to shut me up, will you?
When I'm sick, I'll see a doctor. Right now, I'm fine. Now, if you can spare a kiss for your very healthy husband, it never fails. The minute I get you alone. Come in.
Excuse me, I'm looking for Mother Roper.
You might as well face it, honey. That looks like your name for life.
Sir?
Oh, pardon me. I was talking to my wife, Mother Roper.
It's just a local joke. I'm Mrs. Roper. Could I help you?
Would you two excuse me?
Yes, of course, sir. I hate to bother your name, but... Well...
Oh, come here. Sit down. There.
I was trying so hard not to cry.
Well, you go right ahead and cry. Go on, get it out of your system.
It's my son, Tommy.
Yeah?
We ain't heard from him in over a year. He used to write me he's seen you, Miss Roper, and you was good to him. And, well, I'm worried to death. How can I find him? Maybe something happened. I can't find out nothing.
Now, what's his name?
Tommy Johnson. He's a little fella. Oh, I know you'd remember him if you've seen him. He's got one of them freckled grins, you know. And he's got red hair and...
Tommy Johnson.
I guess maybe you meet so many fellas.
Texas.
Yes, ma'am.
Uh-huh.
He's from Texas.
Now, if you just told me that, I'd have remembered right away. Tiny Tex, that's what the fellas called him, huh?
He was always getting joked about that.
Oh.
Miss Roper, you know where he is? I'm worried to death. Can you help me find him?
I'll start asking around, Mrs. Johnson. You know, when I get all my boys out looking for someone, we could find the devil himself.
Text, I'm a hungry sailor and I'm coming aboard.
Ben.
Mother Roper, the love of my life.
Ben, after all these months, my goodness, it's good to see you.
Oh, and never mind the flattery. Just close your eyes and open your hands.
Huh? What is it?
Never mind. Just a little something I happened to pick up in Algiers.
Ben, a necklace. Now, look here. How many times do I have to tell you not to bring me anything?
What could I do? This Algiers fella comes up to me and he says, here, give this to Mother Roper. Now, could I refuse?
Oh, you're a hopeless case. You know that.
Sure. And by the way, you remember that kid you was looking for, that Tiny Tex?
Yes.
Well, I seen a guy in Shanghai who used to sail with him.
Oh?
Says the last time you heard of him, he was aboard the freighter Montauk.
Montauk?
Mm-hmm.
Montauk. Now, who do I know aboard that? Slim Patterson, that's who, all right. Slim Patterson, you know,
wait. Now, look, are we going to stand here all day talking about another man, or do I get me a cup of coffee?
Sure, Ben. Sit down, I'll get it for you.
How's them three little girls of yours? I bet they grown a foot since I last seen them.
Oh, they're just fine.
And Mr. Roper, how's he feeling?
He's fine. He's just fine, Ben.
How
is he, Doctor?
You've got to keep him quiet.
Yes, all right.
Very quiet.
Doctor, is it serious? How long?
He may not get through the night. Mrs. Roper, I'm sorry.
Mother Roper, I'm sorry. I just found out. Hope you don't mind my coming to your house.
It's all right, Ben.
You know, when they told me at the canteen about Mr. Roper, well, ain't there something I can do? The fellas wanted me to ask you if there was anything at all that we could...
No, thanks.
Oh, let it out. You're all the time listening to our troubles. Come on, get it off your chest.
Oh, won't be the same without Ed. Then how could God do this? There was a man who spent his whole life working for him. He killed himself with work. How could God take him away? Oh, Ben, why? Why did God do it?
I guess you know God better than me, but if he'd done it, he must have had his reason.
I don't know, Ben. I don't know what those reasons could be. I've spent my whole life loving and working for him, and now Oh, Ben, I'm not sure of anything. Oh, will you see what that is?
Yes.
Oh, Miss Roper, you remember me. Mrs. Johnson. Hello. I was just wondering if you heard anything about my son. No, I haven't. It's been near 8 months since I first asked you about him. Mrs. Johnson, what do you expect? Miracles? Do you expect me to snap my fingers and make him appear? I don't know where your son is, and what's more, I don't care. I have troubles of my own. I'm sorry I troubled you, Miss Roper. Ben, what did I see? Did that come out of me?
You just said you was a human being, that's all. Like all the rest of us.
Oh, Ben. Then go after her. Get Mrs. Johnson. Bring her back here. Oh, dear God, forgive me. I'm sorry. It's all right, Miss Roper. I didn't know. I can't apologize enough, Mrs. Johnson, or thank you enough. Thank me? Yes, I had to go through it, I guess. We all have to taste a certain amount of humility. Well, what I mean is, God used you as an instrument to show me that I'm a human being like everybody else. Just as many faults and as many good points, and no more. And I want to thank you for making me realize it. But I don't understand. Well, I was mixed up and I was hurt and I didn't know where to turn. And when I questioned God, He sent me an answer. That's you, Mrs. Johnson. Miss Roper. Yes. Yes, you. And we're going to find your son. And lots of sons before I'm through. Oh, I've got to work twice as hard now. Because now I've got to work for Ed. For Ed, too.
And she did. That was Janet Lord Roper's life. Ask anyone down at 25 South Street in New York City, where the Seamen's Church Institute is. Ask any seaman in the union halls, in the boarding houses, in the ports of the world, wherever sailors get together. They'll tell you about Mother Roper and how her life's work reunited over 10,000 sailormen with their families. But if you ask them when Mother Roper died, they'll tell you that although it has been officially noted that she left us during the last war at the age of 74, she hasn't really passed on at all. No, like all good sailors, she had dropped her anchor in Snug Harbor. And even today, her anchor lights are so bright, they can still be seen by sailors who know how to look for them. They shine from her port of missing men. Our thanks to Loretta Young and the Cavalcade Players for tonight's story, The Port of Missing Men. Tonight's DuPont Cavalcade, The Port of Missing Men, was written by Arnold Schumann and adapted from an article, Mother of Missing Men, by the late Frank Lastier, published in Lookout magazine. Original music was composed by Arden Cornwell, conducted by Donald Voorhees. The program was directed by John Zoller. With Loretta Young as our star, you heard Vinton Hayworth as Ed Roper, Bill Zuckert as Ben, Harold Huber as First Mate, Danny Acco as Landowski, Ida Heineman as Mrs. Lord, and Ruth York as Mrs. Johnson. This is Cy Harris speaking.
The DuPont Cavalcade of America comes to you from the Velasco Theater in New York and is sponsored by the DuPont Company of Wilmington, Delaware, makers of better things for better living through chemistry.
Next, Hollywood Theater stars William Holden on NBC.